Hello, Fritz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, great. I've had nothing but tech difficulties all week, so I'm grateful someone can hear me. And I'm not screaming, both good.
Hello all.
Hi, John.
Meg, I think I'm seeing everyone here except for Stephen. Do we know if he's going to be attending or Andrew?
I haven't heard from Stephen. I believe Leslie is Andrew's coming, right?
Andrew is coming, but he said we can go ahead and get started, and
Okay,
Megan and I will be the point people for tonight.
excellent. Are we all queued up with channel 18 and we're online? Great. Okay, all. I'd like to call this meeting of the planning board to order to discuss the recommendations from the planning board for the warrant articles posted in the agenda for January 31st, 2022. Before we get going, I'd like to just remind everybody that we are conducting this meeting via Zoom webinar and remote participation pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order regarding open meeting law. So I think I'd like to go through a roll call to identify members of the board and also staff. When your name is called, please aye or yes as being present. Nat Lowell.
Aye, here.
Dave Iverson.
Aye, here.
Fritz McClure.
Here.
Barry Rector.
Present.
David Callahan.
Aye.
Cam Sutton.
Here,
Okay, and for staff, Leslie Snell,
Here,
Meg Trudell,
Here.
Catherine Ansero,
yeah,
and I see Stephen Welch joined us. Stephen as an alternate.
Here.
Excellent. Okay, and if anyone else comes in, we welcome Andrew when he logs in. All right, before you have an agenda, I'd like to get a motion to approve.
So moved, sir.
Second,
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Fritz. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Fritz,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay, I think we are going to start to discuss public hearings on our articles that we have mentioned, and we're going to take two to discuss. We have with us, I believe, Anne Luez. So she is the sponsor of two of the articles that will, I believe, be now numbered as 54 and 55. So we'll start and open up with the first one, 54, which would be to add the use of hot tub spa into section 7A. So I'm not sure if we want to have a description or from the staff, or we want to go right to Anne. Meg, would you like to comment?
If I could defer to Leslie?
Sure, Leslie.
I'd like to hear from the proponent of the article first.
Great. Anne, I see that you're on. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
And please, whenever you're ready, you can mention or discuss what you'd like to see in your article.
Fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you again. I was last before the planning board on the 29th of November when we talked about these articles, and there were some useful comments made, especially talking a little bit about survey, which we can get to later. There are really, I can't really talk about one of these articles without talking about the other because they're inextricably linked. The first article is basically a ban on water features, hot tub spas in the old historic district, a complete and total ban. And then the second one is a change in the criteria that define a hot tub or a spa. The reason there are two is because when I first started thinking about the zoning involved in hot tubs and spas in the old historic district, I realized that there were some problems in it. My interest was piqued in October of 2020 when we had the first application for a property in the Mueller subdivision, and it included a water feature, which surprised me. I asked around to many people and learned very quickly that pools are not allowed in the old historic district, but that spas and hot tubs were allowed as long as they were less than 150 square feet or less than 1,000 gallons. My neighborhood group is vociferously opposed to spas. So we spent a lot of time with the HDC talking about spas. But what we learned there is that many of the issues, not all, but many of the issues with spas in our very densely populated old historic district are really zoning issues. And repeatedly, Ray Pohl would say, oh God, we're back again. These are zoning issues. Zoning issues are not our purview. We can't do anything about zoning issues. So I thought, well, let's look into the zoning and see if there is something we can do. My first focus was on size, to try to think about what kind of size would be a reasonable size for the kind of therapeutic use that most people say they like to have hot tubs and spas for. But the more I looked at the zoning, I realized there was a definition that had been approved at a special town meeting in a technical amendment in 2017 that actually did define a hot tub spa. It included a surface area criteria, but not any kind of volume criteria. So my first attempt was to craft a warrant article that would shrink the spa and reinstitute a volume restriction, which is quite important. So I talked to a number of groups on the island, including the Town Association and the Nantucket Historical Commission and the Historic District Commission and the Preservation Trust, a number of people who have historic interests in Nantucket. And when I first talked to them, I was originally suggesting a smaller size spa because it seemed reasonable. But all of these groups said, you know what, we would rather see a ban. We would rather not have to see these things in the old historic districts at all. So I went back to the drawing board and said, okay, then that needs to be two articles. One to propose a ban, but if that doesn't work, we still want to have tighter restrictions in the old historic districts on what people can install as water features, whatever you want to call them, pools, hot tubs, spas. It was interesting in the HDC meeting when I talked about the possibility of a 6x6, Jesse Dutra was there and he said, I don't necessarily disagree about getting tighter controls in the historic district, but I think 6 by 6 is too small. I think it should be 8 by 8. I said, okay, fine. I had done some research on a number of different large spa manufacturers to try to get a sense of what their popular sizes were, how many people did they accommodate, and how much water did they have in them. And it seemed that sort of an 8 by 8 spa was reasonable. They normally accommodate about 6 people, but they typically have only 500 or 600 gallons in them. So based on all these discussions, I felt comfortable with coming forward with first a request for a ban to see if the expression of the people in the groups that I talked to was widely held. If it's not, it'll be defeated. But then voters will have a chance to decide whether or not they want tighter restrictions on hot tubs and spas in the old historic district by shrinking them and reimposing a volume limit. So that's the background of them. And we had a meeting on the 29th where, a number of you were asking some questions and so on and so forth. And now we're back again, and we have it published as a real warrant, or real warrants. I am very happy to answer any questions you may have. And the only other thing I might bring up is in the November 29th meeting, there was a discussion about the possibility to do a survey. Well, the town association did take responsibility for setting up a survey. The survey is created, it's been tested, and it's ready to go. I'm not exactly sure what the timing or the logistics are for actually conducting the survey. I think that's a discussion that's going on now between Henry Terry and John Trudell, maybe. But we are very keen to go ahead and do that survey to get some real feedback from the people in both the Nantucket Old Historic District and the Sconset Old Historic District about how do they really feel. That data will be extremely important when we come to May 2nd.
Great, thank you very much, Anne. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the board. If anyone has any questions or comments before I open it up to the public.
Excuse me,
yes.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask one procedural question? Are we operating on Bob's rules where everything goes through you, or if someone has a question, am I allowed to answer it directly? What is the process here?
Preferably, I'd rather have it go through the chair, because then we get
Okay.
in, especially in issues that may be a little bit controversial. I don't want to have any direct comment between participants, so I prefer to go
Okay.
through the
Okay.
chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to confirm that you're going to open the public hearing for Articles 54 and 55.
Sorry. Yes, thank you, Leslie. I will do both, since Anne was commenting. I was noting some of the comments that she was making applied to Article 55 as well. So we'll open the public hearing to both articles. But first, we'll ask our board if anybody has a particular comment or question for Anne before I open it up. And if so, please raise your hand or just call out.
I might as well go first, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Nat.
Yeah.
And first I'd like to.
And I'll be back, believe me.
I heard
I'll
a
be back,
chainsaw in
believe
my
me.
background. So if you hear some noise, I apologize. I'll try and zoom out and zoom in as much as I can.
We're banning them next year. Okay, I want to ask the author of this article a couple of questions, and I want to ask Leslie. Well, actually, let me ask Leslie to explain something that's been my concern since day one about this, regardless of how I feel about it. That I don't know if Anne knows this. So last year, we passed basically the same criteria that's currently allowed in ROH, the only criteria that's allowed in ROH, in all R1 and R5 lots under 7,500 square feet. Is that correct, Leslie? I just want to make sure that that is clear and I don't say the wrong thing.
So
Leslie?
through you, Mr. Chair. So in SOH and ROH, swimming pools as they're defined in the bylaw are prohibited. But in R1, SR1, R5L, those districts, there's a minimum lot size and setback for pools. So they're not prohibited, they just have an extra set of criteria to meet.
Yeah, but under 7,500 square feet in R1 isn't the same, aren't they only allowed the same language that's allowed in ROH? After we passed that article last year?
And
I
she's,
thought that that was correct.
Leslie, when you get a
The
chance.
article that we passed at the end of the meeting, under 7,500 square feet, that lot can't have more than what the ROH allows, correct?
Correct. For R1, SR1, R5, and R5L, you have to have a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet for a swimming pool. So effectively, if it's under 7,500 square feet, a pool's
Okay, I
prohibited.
just want, it's just like ROH if it's under 7,500. So, and this, I mean, so we made one more step. Even if, whether I agree with it or not is not the point, okay? We brought that article forward as a board and that's how it was voted, okay? And so we basically put another layer of regulation in the small zoning districts that are just on the outside of town districts, you know, ROH and SOH and so forth. So in my opinion, we've done, you know, we've crept more into regulating this stuff. But I went, and I've looked at some of these lots, these places in town that have a really small water feature, like 8 Fair Street, there's one, and they're one on 149 Main. There's some really small little spas. And I don't personally understand what is the problem with that in your eyes? Like, what is that doing when you can't see it from the road? Because I personally want this to end. Okay, one way or the other, HDC is put in a heck of a position. I watch those meetings and it's ugly. I don't know how this all started because we thought we did a survey with ROH when that rule went in, a full survey of all the ROH properties. And that's where this came from. I don't know how many years ago was that, Leslie, 6, 7, something like that, okay? And then we just passed that one last year to pick away a little bit at the small lots. So you know, when we get into the banning stuff, it's different than changing the regulations and making it smaller or making there be more ways to change the feature. But to ban it is different. And I just feel that that's another too far, okay? So my point is, like at 103 Main and, you know, the other place, what is wrong with that small, tiny pool the size of really a throw rug in your family room? It's very small. So I'm just trying to figure out, with all today's things, we have fire pits, we have outdoor cooking, way beyond the grill. I don't know what's next to ban. Noise is made by a lot more than, a pool doesn't make noise, people make noise. Gatherings make noise. I just don't see the connection, and I just feel that we have to find a way to draw the line somewhere with this new banning stuff movement. So that would be my first comments.
All right, thank you, Ned. Anne, I see your hand raised. Would you like to respond?
Yes, with respect to the ban, as I think I mentioned, I did not intend to suggest a ban when I first went on this odyssey, if you want to call it that. But the groups that I spoke to were quite vociferously in favor of a ban. And so that's why I said, well, okay, we can certainly put one in and voters can decide if they want to ban them or not. My original and focus, as I said, was to try to come up with a formula that created the ability to have a therapeutic hot tub spa in your backyard that was a reasonable size and didn't create a lot of the nuisance, or it was a size that would not lend itself to creating a lot of the nuisance features that are associated with pools. 150 square feet is really huge. Now, you can't actually do with a 1,000 gallon restriction, you can't actually do a spa or a hot tub because there's another requirement to have 2 feet. And no matter how you structure the basin, you can't get to under 1,000 gallons for 150 square feet. So there's really not much point in having 150 square feet. But you can have, and the spas that you mentioned, Nat, are ones that were put in before 2017, and they comply with the size and the gallonage restrictions that were in place at the time. And they're fine. They're 6 by 6, they're 7 by 9, or whatever. And they're perfectly fine. And when, the second article doesn't say those aren't perfectly fine. You brought up 103 Main Street, which is an interesting story. That was a supposed spa that was built last summer. But it is 13 by 8 and has, it's very deep. It's something like 4,000 or 5,000 gallons. It's actually a pool. Anyway, that's different because that spa doesn't even conform to the normal sort of ways that people think about spas. It doesn't have benches and it's quite deep, et cetera, et cetera. That's another whole story. But I agree with you, a reasonable sized spa with, correctly constructed in somebody's backyard why should that be a problem? And that's why there's the second article. But people were really quite adamant about saying, look, we'll support you, but we really want to see a ban if possible. And the only way I could figure out how to do that was to suggest a ban to begin with, see what voters said. If they said, nope, we don't want this ban at all, then fine, we move on to a set of restrictions, a set of criteria that allow people to have a reasonable sort of therapeutic spa in their backyard. Does that answer your question?
I mean, I think that the depth, is kind of an opinion issue. I mean, if you have a pool 2 feet deep, a water feature, a spa, whatever you want to call it, and it's 8 by 8 or 8 by 10, what if a kid jumps in that thing? Kids don't jump in pools. They jump in anything, puddles, whatever they got. That's a safety issue. Okay, so the depth of a water feature, no matter how big the water feature is, it could be 6 by 6, but if it's shallow, you can only do so much with it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't, basically what we're trying to do is we're sort of like splitting hairs with what you can do with this water feature, whether if you can swim, a little bit or wade a little bit versus sitting with your feet touching the bottom. I mean, I don't know. I just feel that we've restricted them to such a small thing, and it can't be seen, and it's not bothering anybody like all the other allowed amenities in people's yards now. I think we've really reduced it in this area. And again, with these small lots in town that are on the outskirts of town, and Sconset has SR1 and whatever they have out there, which is the same thing as R1. So, I mean, and also when you say groups, do you have any minutes? Do you have any official information? I mean, I have people come up to me every day and want to ban something. So, depends on what they're talking about. So I just, personally, we did a survey, and in my mind, if we move forward with anything like this with a positive recommendation, in my opinion, there needs to be a real clear understanding as to what we're proposing in this district, like we did before when we did the survey. That's my feeling.
Thanks, Nat. Ann,
So,
anything to add?
Yeah, you asked about meeting minutes, certainly from the Nantucket Town Association, where I did a formal presentation. Also with the Nantucket Historical Commission, I did a formal presentation in their minutes of that. And there are minutes of the HDC meeting where I did a formal presentation. Depth is a typical spa hot tub is about 3 feet, maximum maybe 3.5. Most of them, the commercially available ones are less. So it's easy to construct a comfortable size spa or hot tub that's about 3 or 3.5 feet of, say, 7 to 8 feet square with 1,000 gallons. It's a very easy thing to do. People did it from the time of the last survey, which was in 2010, which resulted in the pool ban in 2011. We're just trying to tighten up the regulations now because there's 2 conflicting definitions, and size above about 10 by 10 simply doesn't work for a spa that's about 3.5 feet deep. To get the, a spa, basically, if you think about how does a spa basin look, it's an upside down wedding cake. It goes from the layer of water that's above the seats, and then there's a smaller layer of water within the basin of the seats. And if you need to, you can make a smaller basin at the very bottom to get I think what people generally like to see in depth of 3 feet. So you're not really talking about anything that's 2 feet. And with respect to little kids falling in, they can drown in 6 inches of water.
Thank you, Ann. And
I wasn't.
is there anyone else from the board before I open it up to the public that'd like to comment? Or reserve your comments until after. Okay, I will open it up to the public now. Meg, I would appreciate if you identify anybody that is raising their hand.
So we have Linda Williams with her hand raised.
Okay, welcome, Linda. You have the floor when you're ready.
I don't even know where to begin with this. I'm not a spa person per se. I've been in one maybe once in my entire life in Florida. But I've had a lot of clients who put them in for various reasons. And what bothers me about this whole argument from her is the liberal use of the word reasonable. Who are these people who decided what is reasonable and what is not reasonable? That is not a criteria, nor is it a criteria, like Nat said, for the people who make the noise, not the actual thing, which isn't used more than maybe 3 or 4 months a year. And if there's somebody crazy enough to be out there on a day like today or yesterday, well, then more power to them. And who are they bothering? The windows are closed. And with a lot of air conditioning on these houses now all over the place, your windows are closed anyway. They're not a magnet. On occasion, you will find some rowdy group of people who have rented a house, which is not the majority. My family rented for 50 years before they actually bought a house here. It was never surveyed. It was never put out to everybody in the R5s and the R1s. People in Brant Point, the people up on Lincoln Circle where I grew up, Cliff Road or my grandparents' house, et cetera, et cetera. We are making decisions for people that have, generally speaking, no voice here. They're non-voting taxpayers. And I'll use the same argument in a little while on this stupid pool thing. But we have no right to do stuff without asking the people that are most directly affected, who pay 70 to 80% of our tax base. And for somebody to sit around here and say, what's reasonable? That word is so subjective and so interpreted so many different ways by so many different people, but a small group of people decided that they are the best arbiters of what is reasonable. And that's wrong. It's wrong for the planning board to endorse this type of thing without a zoning-wide survey on the people most affected by it, which are all mostly off-island taxpayers. So that's what my problem is with this type of thing going forward. I'm not basing anything I say on what I think is reasonable, and I'm not going to tell somebody else what I think is reasonable by putting a bylaw in place that affects them without asking them what they think. That's my soapbox for the moment.
Thank you, Linda. I would like to say what is reasonable for some group might not be reasonable for the other, as we will hear from you later, Linda. Your group is looking for something and some might consider that unreasonable. So everybody has the chance as an individual to bring an article before the town, and the group that is present to vote, whether it be that they're whether they own a house or not on the island as a resident, they are registered voters. So it will ultimately come down to annual town meeting and the voters that are present to vote on that one particular article or both. But thank you for your comments. I'm sure we'll hear from you later. Anne, I see your hand is raised. Is that for a new?
I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Williams, I don't know if she was on the in the meeting when I talked about the fact that we have a survey ready to go. That would, I think my understanding is that it will go to the entire list of addresses in the old historic districts of both Nantucket and Sconset. So we will definitely have feedback from the people who would be affected. And with respect to reasonable, back in 2011, the pool was defined as greater than 1,000 gallons or more than 150 square feet. That was determined to be reasonable for a pool. And everybody lived with the idea that if you're going to have not a pool in the old historic district, it has to be less than 150 square feet, less than 1,000 gallons. So reasonableness seems to have already been sort of adjudicated.
All right, thank you.
We have a Joan Taylor with her hand raised, followed by Jane Schnitzer.
Hello, this is Joan Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So to introduce myself, I live at 16 Mill Street. We own a home there. We have since 2006. I began coming to Nantucket 55 years ago. My family rented here, stayed here. My concern in supporting these warrants is that it's a slippery slope right now for the HDC because of the development of the properties around me that are going on. I've tuned into a lot of the HDC meetings, and they're put in a terrible position by the lack of clarity between a pool and a spa. And that simply, there's been loopholes found, and the plans that I've seen presented at the HDC meetings that have become difficult or contentious, it's the lack of clarity of those plans, and it's really a zoning issue. And I believe it's up to zoning to support clarifying these plans at a minimum for the ROH, so that it removes the HDC from this difficult position. The other thing that comes up over and over again is they are not supposed to be visible. But what happens is because people are developing, they put them in an area where there's visible, where they are visible, and then they want to put bushes in and close in areas that perhaps the HDC doesn't feel that that is with the natural context of that neighborhood. So it's put the HDC in a very difficult position. I can certainly support either way, removing the HDC by clarifying what is a spa, very definite clarification. So we know what is allowed, they know what is allowed in the HDC. They still have the ability though to say, this is visible. And no, you can't make it not visible with a fence because that hardscape doesn't fit, et cetera, et cetera. So the ban on the spa would remove that problem also. And I don't think it's going away until there's clarification. And I think it is zoning's job to make sure there is clarification so that it moves forward in a way that is accountable and harmonious with the historic nature of Nantucket, which is a very important part of the economy and the tourist industry that supports the island. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'll turn the mic over.
I would like to say that this is the process for zoning. When an article is brought before us, we at the planning board can give it a positive, a negative, or a take no action, and it would go before the town for a vote. And once it does go through the town, then it would become a zoning article that the zoning board would be able to review and enforce at any time. So this is the process. What the zoning will be able to do is really enforce or look at or make judgment on what is already in the zoning bylaws. So we are doing this, either we're going to approve or not approve or give a recommendation, but it will get to that point. So if the comments from people are that the HDC is overburdened and they shouldn't be making the decision, they're really a part of it from the design aspect and what people see. So indirectly, there might be an enforcement to the HDC, but ultimately the Zoning Board of Appeals would be really just enforcing what is in our bylaws that we vote on. So that's why we take this time and have these meetings to discuss and see what going forth would be better for our bylaws. So I hope that clarified a little bit. Meg, did you say there was somebody else available?
Yep, we have Jane, and Linda has her hand up again after that.
Okay, I'll take Jane first, please. Welcome, Jane.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can.
Yep,
Thank you,
excellent.
Jane.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of points. I have a house on Upper Main and have had one for 30 years. It's not the visibility that's the issue for myself and many of my neighbors. It's the noise. The peal of children's laughter, if you will. There's not a fence on the planet that's going to protect from that. As is certainly no surprise, the number of houses currently being rented in the ROH all summer long are on the increase, and the turnover on these rentals, because in many instances they're off-island owners. Every week you've got a new crowd coming in there, and there's not a real estate broker on the island of Nantucket who doesn't tout these water features as a selling point for rentals. Okay, so you've got whomever's coming who's anxious to see, oh goody, we've got a hot tub, a spa, a baby pool, call it what you will. And it's an issue, and it's inconvenient for those of us who don't like to hear the peal of laughter all day long every week. I just would like to put that on the record.
Thank you, Jane. Meg, anybody else? Is Linda's hand still up?
Yep, we have Linda's hand up, followed by Ron Winters.
Okay, I'll take Linda first, please.
Okay. Linda?
Got it. This is always different than the HDC meeting, so it takes me a minute to figure out how to do it. First off, this real estate thing is a bogus. They're all realtors list, and you have some real estate people related on the planning board, list all amenities on a house. I mean, when we rented the house up on Lincoln Circle for decades, we peal of laughter. Are we serious now? Kids' noise was all in our yard because every kid in the neighborhood was in our yard making peals of laughter with whipple ball games, frisbee games, croquet, whatever it was. We had the biggest yard, so we had every kid in the neighborhood there. So we're going to outlaw kids' noise. Okay, I didn't realize that that was where we were headed. I'm taking great umbrage to that kind of argument because kids are fun. They love being here. They have a right to make noise and play just as much as all those kids that were in the pony field at Thanksgiving playing tag football. Okay, I wonder if that caused a bunch of problems for these neighbors. Now you're saying it only affects the ROH. It doesn't affect just the ROH. It affects the other small zones. There was no survey done. So contrary to what you're saying, none of the off-island people were contacted in the R1s and R5, well, R5, what is now R5, R1s and R5s. They're the fringe of downtown. So we're taking a lot of this stuff from the ROH and spreading it out to the other small zones. There was no survey for those people. My uncle lives in one of those. There's no survey. He never got a survey. This is not the way we normally conduct business here, and not the way the planning board has ever done business. The survey is after the fact. We never put any warrant articles the years I was on the planning board in before we did the survey that would affect an entire zoning district. That was never done for this. It was never done for the pool exiles, nothing. And another thing is the HDC does not regulate use. You keep doing that. The HDC regulates hardscape features, of which may be a spa, which may be a pool, it could be a pergola, it could be a gazebo, it could be anything. The HDC does not regulate use or people playing or people making noise in a spa or a pool. And another thing, the ZBA does not do any enforcement. They are the Board of Appeals to get relief from enforcement. The enforcement officer is a zoning enforcement officer in the office of the building department and the building commissioner and the building inspectors. So people need to make sure that they have who's got the ball in the right court. But this is just, it's outrageous, the behavior of this small group of people making decisions for other people in other zones that have never been asked.
Thank you, Linda. As I said, a small group has every right to bring an article before us. So they're not making the decision. Ultimately, the town of Nantucket at the annual town meeting with the vote will make the decision. But thank you. Meg, is there another handout? I see Ronald Winters. Ron Winters, is he still? Okay.
I'm here.
Welcome, Ron.
Just wanted to just say some simple things. One is that I'm a neighbor that abuts very closely to the pool that has kind of brought everybody together. And I'm also a builder on the island and definitely have put in my share of pools and spas for different people throughout the island. As far as people coming here and the taxpayers not being able to given a choice on what they can do in their yard, I don't think that's really a concern because someone that wants a pool won't come and try to buy an in-town house. So, that's a decision process that happens naturally if that happens to be the law. And as far as the noise goes, of course, kids make a lot of noise and, it's kind of fun. My neighbors come up and play wiffle ball in the backyard and the kids yell and scream too. But I do oppose equipment. I live on India Street. When I decided I wanted to have air conditioning in my house, I put in geothermal wells because I didn't want to have my air conditioning units disturbing my neighbors. And I know that the size pool that's going over on Main Street there definitely is going to have a full set of pool equipment. I know an above ground spa has basically, a very low noise level for the action that goes on. When the bubblers are on, you can hear them and everything, but it's not something that's constantly running. And I think that that's part of the charm of the old historic district, is that, it is old school Nantucket, and it should remain that way. And that's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you, Ron. Meg, are there any other hands in the audience or public?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay,
We have Stephen. I'm gonna say Stephen Welch just popped his hand up.
Stephen, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Are we opening to board members too, or is there
Yes.
later time?
Yes.
Okay. So I think a couple things. One, the 1,000 square feet or the 1,000 gallons was mentioned. Just a little perspective on that. We have at HDC, I've got a little bit of experience with these, typically 5 per year. It takes a minimum of 3 person hours. If you've got 15 people sitting around the table, that's 225 person hours a year. That's over 1,000, it's 1,200 hours of people time going into this. My role there is to try and build consistency and determinations. I think that it would be helpful to get a clear direction on this. That's one comment. The other comment is that I think that changing the definition, well, let's go back to the first article. I believe that there may be some probative value in a survey, but I think it's going to come down to the language of the survey, as all surveys do. And then it's also going to come down to, is that survey being used as a majority vote, to represent a majority vote in making a final determination? Does it need to be a supermajority vote? Personally, I think that given a weighted enough survey with clear questions, that a determination may be able to be made to limit the size or limit the use of the spas in the old district. But the proof will be in the pudding of what's put out there in the survey. And short of that, I believe that people have a right to use their property the way that they purchased it, going into the zoning, knowing what they're doing. I understand the concept of down zoning and up zoning, and that's a fact of life. But that's my personal belief. Despite the many hours of contentious discussion, sometimes grueling discussion that the HCC goes through. I think the other thing is, I would prefer, with respect to my concern about changing the definition, is the tail end of that. Changing the definition of a pool to be to conform to this would mean that it's a minimum of 64 square feet. You're not going to find a pool that's got a minimum of 64 square feet of surface area, because it's not a pool. And in addition to that, changing that definition, to me, I'm very leery of this, because it could create unintended consequences that just haven't been, they're unanticipated, and therefore they're unintended. And I think that that's problematic. So along those lines, if a survey were to proof out that there would be a limitation, my suggestion would be, as opposed to changing the definitions, that it would be a use, maybe a use footnote on the use chart, that if that these would be allowed, but subject to a square footage or whatever the designation is. It is quantifiable designation. Is it square footage? Is it gallonage? I don't really know. But it's just a different approach that I would suggest be considered by the group, and your group, and the group who are putting this together. I respect the fact that you're trying to do something, but at the same time, I think it's problematic. I have 2 more comments. I think this whole thing is problematic because, they say a few bad apples spoil the bunch. This is primarily, and I'm telling you this from about 1,125 hours of experience sitting at the HDC, about neighbors who either have experienced noise or who perceive or are concerned about the fact that they will have noise. I don't believe that there's an appetite for noise controls through the police department on this level of detail. We don't have the staff in our community to be having even community service officers addressing this, regardless of whether it was a $500 fine or a $1,000 fine. It's just, it's not practical. And then I guess, lastly, I mean, I'll just say real estate brokers, I happen to be one. I'll disclose a broker and a realtor. Brokers market, they don't create desires. They market to the need. They market to the desire of the potential people who are involved. We have various individuals who are coming to this island who are paying quite a bit of money. I mean, we got to look at the economic side of this too. And they desire, whether it's COVID, whether it's a change in perspective on outdoor use space due to COVID, whether it's people who are concerned about, it could be party people. It could be people who have children. It could be people who don't want to be in the water with the great whites and our seal population. So, I mean, I think that there are other considerations, but I do think it would be wonderful for it to come to a head. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, Meg, anyone else from the public?
Yep, we have Henry Mueller.
Okay, Henry, welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right.
Whenever you're
Thank
ready.
you very much for letting me speak. Couple of things, whether it's the HDC and now the planning board, I am really struck by the commitment that the various commissioners put into your work and to the genuine concern that one can see. Just a couple of comments. It's my family that has been developing some land that we own for about 50 years that to some degree has brought some of these issues to the head. And I can tell you, when we were doing our research into developing the plan that ultimately has been pursued, I think almost every time we asked what was permissible within the historic district in terms of water feature, we got a different answer. And that, to me, is the issue. We can debate lots of other points, but I do believe that the town should endeavor to come to grips with one definition which results in consistent outcomes, which would reduce some of the burden on the HDC, which would help buyers to understand what they can and cannot do, and would, I think, go a long way towards taking some of the heat out of this issue. But I truly, and we did our research into the plan that we ultimately implemented, goes back about 7 or 8 years. And I acknowledge fully the significant changes that have happened on the island just in that 7 or 8 year time period. Of course, with COVID being sort of the catalyst in the last couple of years. But as I say, almost every time we asked the question, we got different answers. And these were from all the right people, whether they were town employees, whether they were realtors, whether they were lawyers. So I think going through the process, and Nat, I have sympathy to the fact of what you said early in the conversation of action taken last year, but going through the process to get to a final determination is I think an important thing to do. And I think what Ann DeWez has proposed, outlines a plan, not an easy one, but a plan that can get to a final determination. And that would be my request and recommendation. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Henry. Okay, anyone else? Meg, from the public?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, we've spent just about an hour or so with no one from the public. I would entertain a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
To close the hearing on both articles, correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, 54 and 55. And once we close, then we will vote individually on each of them. Barry, your hand?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I was kind of reserving myself here to see if you're going to take any additional comments from the board at this point.
Okay, well, before we vote on the motion made by Fritz, I'll keep it open if you'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, sure. Because I'm sorry.
Well, actually, Barry, before before we get into your comments, we'll close it to the public hearing, and then I'd open up to the board for last comments, unless you were looking for an action from someone or response.
I just would probably say that, I don't think it's prudent to close the public hearing and then keep taking testimony or input from the board, because if something else comes up.
Okay, then please, yeah, before we take that motion, please continue, and we'll keep the discussion open.
Yeah, I just like to take 1 minute and defer to Leslie, because usually staff contributes a few things, and then if you'll come back to me. Thank you.
Sure. Leslie, your hand's up.
I just wanted to point out before you close the public hearing that the proponent of the article did mention that although a survey had not been completed yet, that it had been drafted, that they were working with the town association. So if you want to see the results of that, you may want to continue the public hearing, until later in the month or something. Or if you think, that's not going to be enough time, then you can certainly go ahead.
We do have a couple meetings coming up. We have another one on the 7th, I believe it is. Are we expected to get the survey, or I can ask Ann this, are we expected to get the survey back before then? Because at some point, I'll rely on your judgment, Leslie, if we have enough time to get the survey back and then have another meeting to vote on the recommendation.
To the best of my knowledge, the trigger has not yet been pulled. The survey has been created. As I mentioned, it's been tested. And Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there has been some back and forth between you and Henry Terry about the logistics or the sort of protocols or something, or is that not good information?
No, I have not been contacted. My name is not associated with that. The survey sending out yet that I know of.
Okay. So then I guess it's still in Henry's hands. And I'm sorry that I don't know exactly where they stand on it at this point, but it's definitely ready to go. I think there was some question about getting addresses and winnowing down the address list to just being ROH, which is a bit of a, I gather a bit of a process. I've put my hand up and said that I would be happy to massage the address list if it's wider than just the ROH, because I worked out a way to do that when I was doing an analysis of the pools that have been installed in the ROH since 2011. I just wanted to get a sense of what those were, what the volume, of how many pools and what their sizes were, et cetera, et cetera. And I learned how to I had 154 pages worth of data from Planning and Land Use Services that had 10 entries per page, but I figured out a way to winnow it right down. So I put my hand up and said, if there's an issue on mailing labels or whatever, I'm happy to help out with that. But I honestly haven't heard anything back. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Leslie, I'll go back to you. Is there enough time? I mean, I'll suggest that we keep it open, but is there enough time realistically that we're going to get the survey, put it out there, get responses and tally this up and get some kind of word or indication or information and give us enough time to hold another meeting and then vote on it? It sounds like the way things going, just when we send out notices to people, it takes a couple of weeks just to get notices out. And then the response that we get, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, even best case scenario, we're looking at least another month. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but go ahead, Leslie.
So I think I agree with you on that. I mean, I just wanted to hear from the proponent exactly like where they are with that. The last the last chance you have to make a recommendation on our schedule before the final warrant is printed is February 24th. That's your last, reserved meeting date. So you could certainly wait and see. I mean, I think it does seem unlikely with the mailing situation, or even if it's, done by SurveyMonkey, that's a really quick turnaround time to get responses and to tabulate those. So you guys can decide if you want to wait a little while or go ahead and close the public hearing.
Well, honestly, I'm one of the most optimistic persons. However, just in the last 7 years and seeing how things work and timing and notices, I don't hold a lot of weight in that we're going to get a response back before the 24th, where would be the deadline. So I just think that we'd be continuing, opening up another meeting, getting more responses without having the pertinent information. And I, for one, have heard enough, I think, to make a educated decision. But I do see that Dave Iverson's hand is up, so I'll give him a chance to comment, please.
I don't think Barry was finished. Maybe I'll go after Barry.
I think Barry wanted, oh, maybe I thought he recognized. Okay, Barry, would you like to go first? Go.
I yielded to Leslie. Let me yield to Mr.
Okay,
Iverson.
go ahead.
As well.
No, Barry, go for it.
No, I don't mind. I'm kind of used to doing that.
Well,
like
Barry, you have the floor.
No, thank you. I know, Dave, it's kind of like Chip and Dale. Anyways, so through you to Ms. DeWeese, I have a few questions that have come up. Is there any information that you have for in terms of number of police reports that would identify nuisance complaints regarding this issue in these districts? Just so that there's a number.
That's a specific question to me.
Yeah,
Yes,
you know
ma'am.
what? Barry, if you have multiple questions, then we'll just do one by one. So, and
Yeah.
you can respond to each question if you want.
No, I don't have
Okay.
a specific, no, I don't keep track of police register noise complaints. I don't think this is really about noise per se. It's about a lot of nuisances that are associated with pools. Not to say that people shouldn't have hot tub spas in their backyard. That's the second article. But whenever people do talk about being neighbors to pools, they talk about a number of nuisances, one of which is noise, another of which is light pollution. There's environmental pollution because people don't dispose of their water properly. There's the noise not only of the people in the pool, but the equipment, as we heard earlier. So I'm not sure that specific complaints about noise is particularly relevant, but I'm sure we can get that, no problem.
Well, here you go. You identify nuisances here, and noise is noted as a nuisance that you feel as though is contributory toward wanting to put these restrictions in place. So therefore, I think that's a fair game question. Let's let the simple answer was yes or no, because frankly, it really is a function of, okay, that gives us at least, again, a baseline to begin to understand some of these things. Was there any thought about provisions being made for this as special permit for either medical or therapeutic uses that may need to be addressed in the process? I'm not seeing anything, but I'm curious if that was ever entertained. Through you to the chair, if you would.
Yes, thank you, Anne.
Special permit is kind of tricky, and people who talked to me about the possibility of special permit said basically that's really hard because it puts layers and layers and layers of burden on the planning board. Not necessarily opposed to a special permit. You mentioned about therapeutic uses, but if there's if the ban fails and people, let's just say the ban fails and people vote to have a maximum size of 64 square feet and a volume restriction, why would you need a therapeutic special permit? I mean, you get the spa. I'm not clear why you would need such a special permit.
Frankly, because 64 square feet and 1,000 gallons may not suffice in certain clinical instances. And again, I don't know if the burden would be necessarily all that egregious, because what you're looking for would probably be documentation from a physical therapist or physicians under which to specify, you know, kind of what do we need here to assist certain people. Let me move on from there. Thank you, though. I'm just really perplexed that this seems to be such an onerous issue for the HDC, the Historic Commission, the Town Association. But what fails me at the moment is I'm here and I'm also listening to Megan, is that there's no representation from these individuals. So I'm curious to know where these great burdens are coming from and what they specifically are dealing with here. I'm sure, like anything, it can certainly get tied up with groups of individuals, but again, there must be some common denominators, which I'm not necessarily hearing, that could potentially be addressed in the process. So hearing from you know, representatives from those certain groups that are being identified as the major people who are thrusting this forward would certainly have been very, very helpful. The last thing I want to say is that the survey, and I might have to go through you, Mr. Chairman, a little bit. So if I could just have a tad of latitude here.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Weeds, do you know if this has been vetted or brought forward through staff in terms of what it is that the type of questions that are being looked at, where the survey is going out to? Because I'm always concerned when I hear people saying, oh, I can trim certain lists down. I mean, you're affecting a number of districts here, and I think there has to be a good representation about what that is, not just a particular cross section of something like the ROH or whatever. And that's where I think sometimes working with staff who will tend to usually make these kind of things a fair and equitable process seems to work well. I'm going to come back to that in a second, but my fundamental question is, has there been any work with staff here to vet some of this process?
Ma'am.
You're talking about the survey itself.
I'm talking about the survey and all components of that survey. Yes.
What we talked about on November 29th at the last planning board meeting was a survey of the old historic districts, because all we're proposing is whatever happens, whether there's a ban or whether there's a redefinition of what's allowed in the old historic district, has no impact whatsoever on other districts. So I'm a little unclear about why you're talking about other districts.
Well,
now I'm not. There has been
I'll give you a
conversation
chance.
with.
Let Ann finish, please.
Sorry, and so you asked a question about that. There's also have been discussions with the planning board, according to Henry Terry, who heads up the Nantucket Town Association, who's taken on the responsibility for sponsoring the survey. I have not been privy to the conversations that Henry has had with town people and planning board people. You know, he doesn't report back to me every time he has a conversation. I'm sorry. I would throw the question back at Leslie and others on the planning board. What conversations have you had with Henry Terry about the survey? I mean, I don't think he's been doing this in a vacuum.
I'll let Leslie or Meg answer if you've had any contact from Henry. Personally, I have not.
I have not talked with him about any restrictions on pools or hot tubs. I mean, they may have had discussions, you know, in their town area plan work group meetings, but I haven't had any direct.
This is about the survey. This is about the
survey.
about
the survey. No, I haven't talked with him about a survey.
Nor have I. No.
Okay.
And John, nor have I. It's Andrew here.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Welcome. And so I think line of communication between Henry, maybe he's talking to different boards or groups that, but he has not spoken, obviously, to anybody that we just identified from staff or myself on the board. So I think that's something that we should follow up on to see. But
Sure.
It really just reiterates what I was saying before, getting the ball rolling and getting the survey back. And I think just to continue this would not necessarily be feasible or practical, rather. I think we should, while we've been discussing this for over an hour, give our recommendation. So I see there was a couple other people that had their
Mr.
hand
Chair.
up. Yes, Barry.
I just want to kind of just bring things here to closure. We're wrapping. I'm so sorry. Because this raises some major concerns about the integrity of information and what it is that's being asked, as well as who this is all going out to. I never meant for it to be construed into other districts, but I do believe I heard you oversay that you would be helping people to trim and refine the list of individuals this is going out to. And that kind of, to me, says I've got a little problem with that, because I don't know what that means precisely. And I don't need an answer to it. But this is where I'm saying respectfully, this is where working with staff, and not to put the burden on staff, but working with them makes a little bit more sense about where this information is going out to and how it's coming back in. I think that's it for the moment. I really appreciate the time doing this, but I would probably say that with this lack of information going out, and for the number of years I've done this, where the only people who really show up are the ones who want to complain about it. Most of the other ones are just sitting on the sidelines. We're not addressing them. We're not addressing them. Somehow we need to get them into that process too. The survey holds that hope a little bit, but I don't think it can be accomplished in a timely fashion for us. So thank you for listening, and I really do appreciate your time. And thank you.
Dave, I'm going to try and move this along. Dave Iverson.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. I mean, I think we all see where this is going. I am not for an outright ban, but I do believe that it's very important that we firm up the regulations about what is allowed and what size should be allowed and where it is on the property. And I don't think we can do that in a way that addresses everyone's fears without more information. So I really think that to get that information, however it is, I mean, I doubt it'll happen in time for us, but this isn't going away. And before you come before us again next year, any information from everyone in the ROH, SOH, anywhere it's going to apply would be helpful to help us nail it down. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. I'll recognize Cam. Her hand has been raised.
Hi, thank you, John, and board members. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points. One was to Barry's concern about winnowing down the list. I believe what she was saying was that she had volunteered to help separate out ROH and SOH from these lists that may include R1. So that I just wanted to clarify that. And if I'm wrong, maybe Ann can correct me. Also, I did read a letter today from Holly Backus's group. I'm not sure if everybody had an opportunity to read that, but I just wanted to mention that it had been presented, and they were, I believe, saying that they were in support of a ban in the ROH and the SOH for reasons that noise was not one of them. And I would also like to remind everyone that is on the board that many of us are not living in this area with this type of density. And so from our perspective, the concepts of the neighbors' noise noisy air conditioning units and pool and spa equipment, etc., is a little different than when it's right outside your bedroom window. And I think we heard a bit of that type of concern from the Gallic Craft Masters when she was discussing the expansion of the Roberts collection. So sometimes I think we should take into consideration the environment from which these people are living in versus the ones we're living in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cam. Leslie, your hands up.
Just for clarification, back to the comments about, does this affect other zoning districts? Article 55 absolutely does affect other zoning districts because it changes the definition of hot tub and spa, and that's not specific to ROH and SOH. That's, for all districts.
Thank you. I'll recognize Dave if your hand is up or you just forgot to put it down. Dave Iverson. Down. Okay. Lastly, Ann, you see your hand. If you'd like to final comments, I think we're kind of dragging along, but making some good points. Please go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, Ann. Nope. And I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that right now the survey is constructed as a Survey Monkey survey, electronic survey, which obviously has a pretty quick turnaround time. I will definitely follow up. I'm sorry, the information I had was that there had been a dialogue between Planning Board and the Nantucket Town Association to coordinate on this survey. And secondly, the question about the list was definitely, as Cam mentioned, to make sure that if we get a list, we take out, we're only focusing on the ROH. We're not bringing in people from outside the ROH because if we even do a mailing, a physical letter mailing, and that was just to clarify. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Fritz had his hand up as well. Wherever you are. You're
John,
muted,
we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I will recognize Fritz in a minute. And I was just going to say, and regardless of how the board votes, I just want to say it obviously appears that you spent a lot of time with this. And although we don't have all the information we would have liked, we appreciate citizens coming forth on any article, especially with the dedication and the time you have. But thank you very much. And with that, I will recognize Fritz with your hand up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Fritz,
no, he's muted.
Do you have your hand up or you're muted?
Fritz, he thinks he's talking. Fritz, you're muted.
There we go.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure that everybody saw in the packet that there is a letter from Holly Backus, the town preservation planner, on behalf of the Nantucket Historical Commission, supporting both Article 54 and 55. Thank you.
Thank you, Fritz. That was noted, and I should have probably brought that up earlier. I did receive that very late today, and it was added to the package with apologies that they had not gotten it to our packet sooner. But it sounds like some of our board members, if not all, had read that letter. Okay.
One closing
I
statement.
don't see any hands up, so I'm going to take
one.
advantage of that right now. What is the pleasure of the board?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to provide a positive comment to Article, which the first one, 54.
Is there a second? Seeing none, Leslie, I don't think we can move to vote without a second. Is there, well, first, before we do that, I think we have to close the public meeting or before we come to any vote.
I was gonna say that, but I just figured I'd wait. I wanted to make one quick comment, Mr. Chair, just I don't think you have me on your screen. I don't have the little yellow hand thing.
I
don't know how
see
to do
you.
that, so.
I'll recognize you. Go ahead now.
Yeah, okay. I just want to before we close, I just want to say a little bit, Dave kind of alluded to. Yeah. I definitely understand that the confusion. I want to fix the HDC, what we can fix, and we can't fix their purview, but we can fix a little bit of what they have to deal with. But also, I want to solve the complaining is just randomly happening at every turn. So I think we have to decide, and this is for the applicant or any future change, we got to decide on size and depth. The gallon thing is sort of like a, sort of a number that doesn't mean anything. We really have, it's really about size. Is it 8 by 8? Does it need to be 8 by 10 maximum? Does it, how deep? 3 feet, 3.5? There has to be something. We have 30 feet with buildings. We have setbacks that are exactly to the inch, and you can't do a thing about it unless you get a variance. And that isn't easy unless, you know what I mean? So we have things that are absolute. You can't get a CO without your driveway apron being approved. There's a lot of stuff. We can fix this pool, spa, pond, puddle, square, I don't know, whatever we want to call it, we can fix it. But it has to be by size and depth, in my opinion, so that there's something that is straightforward and not a mathematical, impossible thing to figure out and interpret. So that was all I wanted to say, Mr. Chair. I wanted to say that earlier, but I couldn't get, the next thing in, so.
Thank you, Nat. Barry, is your hand up?
I'll make a motion. Go ahead.
But before you do that, Nat, I just want to check in, because one of the things I've always liked to do is if that things are still floating out there, although I hate to do it because I know we've got a lot before us, is there a sense on the board that you'd be willing to give them near the deadline to see if they can get us any further with this? I'd be willing to take it to that level. But
I don't want to speak for the entire board, Barry, but the question was asked. I don't feel confident that we're going to get any more information in a timely manner. So I think we should vote on what we've already heard and looked at with the previous meetings that we've had, with our November discussions, with our January discussion. So
thank you.
Thank you. With that, I would like to entertain a motion to close the public hearing so that we can maybe make a motion on the articles.
Oh, God. I'll make a motion to close.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat and seconded by Fritz to close the public hearing. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Barry.
Nay.
Dave Iverson.
Aye.
And chair votes aye, 4-1, with Barry nay, against. All right, now on to the merits. We'll take Article 54 first.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, did you close the hearing on both articles?
I did. We
Okay.
discussed that with Meg, 54 and 55 together, and then I made a comment that we'd be voting separately on them. But thank you for the clarification. Okay, now on the merits of Article 54 only. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to take no action on 54.
Not made a motion to take no action. Is there a second on that? Hmm. Well, we're kind of running out of options here. We have a one motion for a positive.
We have three.
One motion for a take no action. So unless there's a second, I'll entertain the final. Is there any other motion on the table? Dave, you're thinking, so I'm going to give you a minute to think.
Oh, don't make me do this.
You're only making the motion.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
I'll
I
revisit
don't
take
care.
no action again. Let's see if we can get someone to take no action
Well,
again.
if that's going to be your motion, Dave, you have the option. Are you making a motion to take no action?
One more time, please.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Dave and seconded by Nat to take no action. Now on to the vote. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Fritz?
No.
And the chair votes aye, 4-1, take no action. Now on to Article 55, pool definitions. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we give it a positive recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second? I don't see any hands. With only the positive recommendation for Article 55, I'll entertain another motion from anyone on the board.
Make a motion to take no action on Article 55.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded by Nat and seconded by Dave for take no action. We'll do a roll call. Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Fritz?
No.
And the chair votes aye, 4-1 with Fritz being negative. All right, thank you all. Appreciate, Anne, thank you very much for your time and presentation. We really do appreciate that. And I'm sure we will see you at town meeting.
Thank you very much for your time and all the work you do on behalf of all of us. It's impressive and humbling. Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, all, we'll be moving on to, I think it's numbered 44, Article 44, and it will be, I think, Red Mill from R1 to R5L discussing. Leslie, do you care to start us off? Or Meg?
My button was stuck. So my laptop needs a little update. So the properties that you see outlined in red are currently in the R1 zoning district. As you all are well aware, the R1 was identified in the 2009 master plan to be phased out. These properties we are proposing to put into the R5L zoning district. That would keep the uses consistent with what's allowed in R1. And it would allow for a little extra ground cover. Most of these properties have already been developed, and R5L is a good fit. So we recommend that you support this article.
Thank you. Anybody on the board care to comment before we open it up to the public? I see Cam's hand raised. Is that an old hand or a new hand, Cam?
It's a new hand.
All right, then you have the floor, please.
Okay, I just have a question because I'm trying to put this together. Old Farm Road, isn't that where those all those new houses have gone in? It used to be the inn property.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So this is pretty much all developed already. It's not as blank as this would imply, correct?
I don't
That's
know
correct.
if all houses have been constructed, but they've all been subdivided, and I think most of them had been
Lots of-
constructed.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to, because that Red Mill Lane, there used to be a lovely path you could take down a Cato Lane. Okay, I just was trying to locate myself. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands right now, so I will open it up to the public.
We have Linda Williams.
Linda, the board recognize you. Thank you.
That's my project, just for clarification. All the lots have been sold. There are houses going up on the remainder, all but one at the bottom of Red Mill. As you come up the development from right on the edge of the cemetery, the one at the very bottom of the hill. But we have, I think that's one, maybe two left that have not been developed, built on yet. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Great. Thank you. Meg, help me out if you see anyone from the public that would like to speak.
Not seeing anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay, members of the board.
Yeah, this is
Barry, your hand is raised, please.
good.
Oh, you're muted, Barry.
I just noticed. Yeah, I'd like
Hey.
to make a motion. We close the public hearing.
Is there a second? Okay, motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Nat to close the public hearing. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion or discussion?
Make a motion. We approve, sir. Or send a positive recommendation.
Yeah, second.
All right,
Thank you.
motion's been made by Barry for a positive recommendation and seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next one, article will be 45, and this is the Washington Street residential commercial to commercial neighborhood. Leslie, take it away.
Okay, so there are just a few properties included in this rezoning from RC to CN. You may recall at, I think, the 2020, maybe the 2021 annual town meeting, the properties surrounding this were rezoned from RC to CN. These particular property owners had requested to temporarily be removed, and the board did that. We have heard from the sales at 103, which is Sales Seafood, the property, yes, that one where the cursor is right now. They have a project underway. They don't quite have it permitted yet, and they would like to be removed from this article this year with the understanding that they would go into the CN district next year. We support the removal of them for now, and they have consented to the rest of their properties being included. So we recommend that you give this a positive recommendation with the removal of 103 Washington Street, and we'll clean that up at a future town meeting.
Great, thank you, Leslie. Questions, comments from the board? Without that, I will open it up to the public. Any hands raised, Meg?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move, sir.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry to close the public hearing, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
Motion to send a positive recommendation to town meeting.
And with the removal of 103 Washington Street?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Dave Iverson, second. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. On to the next one. This is Article 46. This will be Bartlett Road and Moxie's Way, RC2, for discussion or lug 2 to either residential 5 limited, residential 5, residential 10 limited, or residential 10. And I'll open it up to the board.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm sorry, Leslie, I cut you out.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I actually lost my train of thought anyway. So the properties that are included in this are currently in the RC2 zoning district. We are in the process of phasing that out. As you know, we're getting near the end. This is one of the last remaining sections. Several of the properties are split between RC2 and LUG2. So rezoning these properties would correct two things. One, it would help to phase out the RC2, and it would correct the split lot zoning. So we've talked to a couple of the property owners directly. They all received the mailing that we sent out, and they're in favor of being placed in an entirely residential district.
Okay.
Leslie, have they, if I may, have they decided on one or another, or are they kind of in flux between number one, the residential 5 or R5 or the R10, and then with that, or would we put a limited on that? Is there some kind of leaning?
I'm actually looking for my notes on that right now. I think R5L is the preferred district because that would remove the duplex option and it would keep all of the properties conforming.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was helpful. Now I'll open it up to the board.
Just a
Cam
question.
Sutton, I see your hand raised, so please, before, and then I'll recognize Fritz. Cam?
Oh, great. Thank you, John. So I guess one of the things I'd like to point out is it has been in the past an effort by the board to try and keep, as you move from denser areas to less dense areas, to try and go to the, I'm not sure how to say it, largest possible square footage. So in this situation, I would be in favor of the R10L in order to keep your, in order to keep your lots a bit larger, since this is farmland around here and conservation land behind it. And next to it, I also noted that of the two properties that have gone in, or at least one that has gone in. I know we've subdivided these other ones, but the new property that's gone in also has a pool visible from the road, mind you, but nonetheless, so I think that if it's going to be sort of the house pool situation, I think the more square footage, the better is, I guess, the way I look at that. That gives you more opportunity to keep your pool equipment away from your neighbors, and the side yard setback, etc. So that would be what I would be in favor of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cam. I understand the R10 with the larger lots, but I think from your pool comment, and Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, the R1, R5 that we had with the minimum square footage is 7,500 square feet. If it's in the R5, then you're by doing an R10 or R5, you in essence would be eliminating the possibility of a pool if you go to the R5. By doing an R10, you still have the ability to do a pool. So it's kind of one way or the other. You either get a larger lot with potential pool, or you get a smaller lot without the potential for a pool. So I don't know, maybe is that correct?
If I might, John, I would just like to say that, my original and stronger point for myself is just to keep more of an open look in this area.
Okay.
I think what we saw at the Egan property just a couple of articles ago is just unreal dense there. I have done work in some of the houses there, and I would hate to see that sort of situation with the R5 come up here. I just think it's part of the historic aesthetic of the area.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Leslie or Meg, could you pull up the map on that one? I'd like to see the actual plot plan to show, even if there was an R5 frontage, as you know, even for any kind of potential subdivision, size of lots, conformity of lots.
And Mr. Chair, these lots are a mix of, under 10,000 to just slightly over, and the larger ones don't lend themselves to further subdivision. There's, they're already built, there's not enough frontage.
Right.
But that's why we're recommending the R5L.
Okay. And that's the point I was trying to make, Leslie. Even though the R5 designation, it's I definitely see Cam's point, but if they're already some of these are undersized and not able to subdivide because of the size of the configuration with the lack of frontage, and it was the preference of the neighborhood. We'll take everything into consideration. So, Dave Iverson, your hand's up.
Actually, I think Leslie just answered. I was curious to what the implications would be with subdivision, but I think that's been answered. So
Great.
thank you.
Anyone else on the board comment? Let's open it up to the public. Meg, please identify if anyone's hand is raised. All right, seeing or hearing none, Meg, I would entertain a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I know Fritz had made the motion. I saw maybe Dave as a second, so I'll give it to him because his face is before me. So I think you won that battle. So motion's been made by Fritz and seconded by Dave. Roll call. Fritz.
Yes.
Dave.
Yes.
Barry.
Yes.
Nat.
Yes.
And the chair votes aye as well. So on to the merits of the pleasure of the board.
I'd make a motion that for a positive recommendation that all of the lots be moved to R5L.
Second.
Motion's been made by Fritz and seconded by Dave Iverson. Roll call. Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye as well. Unanimous 5-0. All right, moving on. Article 47. This is the Clara Drive / Raceway RC2 to either residential 5L, residential 10, or C-Tech. Leslie, please.
Megan, could you pull the map up on that one? Okay, just 1 second.
Take your time.
Oh, we have an updated map. So on this particular one, some of these properties have been removed since this map was generated and are no longer in the warrant. So on the map that you're looking at, the 3 properties on the west side of Raceway Drive are still included in the article. And the property at 6 Raceway, which is closest to Hatch Circle, is still included.
Okay, and Leslie, maybe you can correct me, but I believe on the west side on the corner of Raceway and Clara, the lowest one on the south, that had already been subdivided. So the potential for that to be in an R5, is already, it's already been subdivided. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we are suggesting that those properties on the west side go into R5L. So that would be, no duplexes and secondary dwellings by special permit. That would likely restrict swimming pools because of the lot sizes. And then we recommend that the property closest to Hatch Circle go into R10, which is, consistent with the development of those lots.
Okay. And I'll open it up to the board. Let me see. I see Cam, your hand is raised. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. So just for clarification, this is all residential. Well, it's RC2 residential commercial, but in its development, it's been residential. And on my warrant article, it says RC2 to R10 or CTEC. R5 is not mentioned in the map that came out in the article in the warrants. So I guess I'm slightly confused. And, as we all know, I would prefer to have a larger residential area. We have a lot of CTEC in this area. And I would just like to see more residential properties. So to extend I guess if that's going to be west, is that south side with Hatch Circle and the R10 would just sort of
That's the east side.
Yeah, just to spread that forward would be my thought on it. Yeah, that would be my thought on it. But I was confused by the introduction of the R5. So maybe if there was some clarity, that would be great.
Yeah, Cam, I don't know what draft you have. I have a draft and it clearly shows RC2 to residential 5L, R10, or CTEC, Clerical Drive-In, Raceway Drive, and it's considered to be Article 47. Identified the actual lots being 3
Okay.
Raceway Drive, 6 Raceway Drive, 1 Clara Drive, and 1A Clara Drive. So
yeah, okay. No, I was just looking at the 2022 annual town meeting warrant article zoning map change, and I was looking at the map, not right within the warrant. But I still prefer the R10, but what
Barry.
will be done. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
I
Barry.
think Megan is going to hit on the exact same point of where I'm at, and it goes back to the map. So
Yeah,
yeah,
sorry,
you
guys.
see it.
I posted those maps last week before the warrant was adopted, and there were some minor changes made between that time. So, I mean,
Do you have
do everyone a favor by getting materials out sooner rather than later. So sorry. I'm texting with Catherine, who's in the office. I don't have access to the P drive on the device I'm on right now to get that most current version. I'm trying to see if Catherine can access it from the office.
Could you put up that map again, Meg? So I think we're looking at the 4 lots to the west side of Raceway. You'll see a total of the 3 to the west side, but now actually, if we look at the one on the south side that was already subdivided, even though the lots are listed, I think that would be included as part of that. And then for the R10 that Leslie was mentioning was on bordering Hatch Circle there. So the 3 to the left with the one on the south really being already subdivided, to answer any questions for that. And that was recommended to be our 5L. And then the Hatch Circle side was recommended to be the R10, Leslie, or is that R10 limited?
Mr. Chairman, I misspoke on the 6 Hatch Circle. Andrew talked with them and they were interested in CTEC, which their property does abut CTEC, and the article was crafted in a way that they could go to CTEC. So it would be CTEC for 6 Raceway and R5L for the remaining properties. And your motion would just clarify that I believe that's 3 Raceway is 2 properties.
Correct, right. So I'm sorry, what number that we were going to look at potentially for CTEC that are butts?
Sorry, I said 6 Hatch. It's 6 Raceway.
6 Raceway, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask Leslie?
Sure, go ahead,
sort of
Nat.
historic little, I think this might help a little bit with what we're looking at. Leslie, 2009, when we tried to get, when we did most of 3M and there was some objections, and this was the area where there was a little pushback to remove some of this and leave it in RC. Well, that was, 12 years ago, 11, 12, 13. And I'm assuming that because of the development that's happened since then has created a situation where we just can't do what we did then and just sort of put it in R10 and everybody's happy, except, 2 people. So now you can't do that because you'd have a lot of nonconformities and things like that. So you're trying to kind of piecemeal and remove it for today's reasons instead of what we would have done if the whole thing got done 12 years ago. I'm assuming that that's sort of what happened. You're left with this piece that's sort of laying in there in RC2, and they've been a lot of moving around and jiggling that's happened since then. So you can't put it in R10 because you'd be making non-conforming lots. So we're getting the second best idea now, right? I mean, is that basically what's happening with why you're doing this R5L idea?
Yes, we had left this to create, perhaps a commercial node at this location that was not supported as we thought it might be. So we left these properties out, and they've developed over time since then.
Right.
And now we're trying to, get them out of RC2 and into a district that they conform to.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if this was all done the way we had done it, the covenant and some of the other things would have fit better with the larger lot, but there's nothing we can do about that now. So I get what you're doing. So thank you.
All right, anyone else from the board? If not, I'll open it up to the public. Meg, please let me know if you see any hands raised from the public.
Yes, Linda Williams has her hand raised. And I do have that map that I'll bring up in just a second as well.
Great, we'll buy some time with Linda. All right, Linda, you have the floor. Go ahead, please.
I see the problem. I'd like to see the new map.
Okay, we didn't buy any time with Linda.
No, you didn't. Because it's not all residential. The corner of Raceway and Somerset, as well as the next 2 or 3 lots going down Somerset, have commercial uses on them, long-standing commercial uses on them. One of it was Ralph Marble's old barn, which we redid. Can I see the map if it's possible? I want to make sure that those lots are out.
So Linda, you're opposed to the number 6 Raceway. You're opposed to the recommendation for CTEC?
I'm fine with Raceway going where they need to go. I'm fine with the guys on the west side, but I want to see the new map to make sure that our 3 or 4 lots are out at the moment.
Mr. Chair, the properties that she's referring to are not even included in the warrant.
I was just going to say that, Leslie.
They're on the map, though. That's what worried me.
So we're erasing that map. And I think if there's we're waiting to get the updated map. But again, we can describe it. If we had a pointer, I could also describe it. How, obviously the 3 lots that we're representing on the left side,
and
with the inclusion of that subdivision, the recommendations for an R5L. And then on the right side that abuts to Hatch Circle, we're looking to put that into CTEC.
Well, I just want to make sure that the map is correct, because I can see that map being viewed by a couple of people and having them get very upset. So I just want to know what the real map looks
motion would be specific, and it would be clarified and cleared up with the addition of the map to accompany that.
Okay.
Great. Okay,
So
do you see that now? Thank you. That was fast.
Updated map.
Okay.
Sorry, that took a minute.
Then I can explain that to him when he sees the other map first. But this is fine. If this is the map where it is, then we'll deal with it. We're trying to figure out a subdivision of that big lot that he has, which is the 3rd one down. and figure it out, but it's between the sewer and the water. We have to figure that out. We've got a surveyor working on that now. He's already subdivided one piece.
Right. Okay, thank you.
These four parcels. And that's
Okay.
what's reflected in the warrant. And
Okay.
like I said before, the reason for the other map was because that was included prior to the adoption of the warrant. I thought I combed through and updated everything that needed updating, but I obviously missed changing one of those maps.
Well,
Meg,
they
where
didn't
that,
want to be in, so I don't know how they got into the original map because we had decided we weren't going to put those lots in this year to give them a chance to figure out how to get subdivided. And I was very surprised to see the map with him in it.
Okay.
so with the recommendation of the three on the left, with the R5, Linda, obviously I've been saying that one on the bottom is already a subdivision of 5 and 5,000 square feet there. So that's a moot point there. And then on the one on the right, with looking at the abutting that purple for the recommendation of C-Tech, that is on the other side of the road. So now that we have a map to identify and clearly show, board members, do you have any comment? Anyone else from the public, Meg? Okay, Linda, is your hand still raised? I'm sorry, you're kind of half in my screen
There we
here. No, okay. I'd look for a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
So moved, sir.
Is there a second? Okay, motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a
Motion
motion?
to make a positive recommendation to town meeting.
And with the
With-
clarifying that 3 Raceway, 1 Clara and 1A Clara be into the R5L and 6
Yep.
Raceway to C-Tech. Is that your motion, Barry?
That is correct, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave Iverson.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. 5-0 with a positive. On to the next one, 48, Article 48, 26 Bartlett, RC2 to C-Tech. Take it away, Leslie.
All right, so this is a cleanup from prior years when property owners had requested to be removed from an article to give them time to implement their permits. That has now been completed, so we recommend that you move ahead with putting 26 Bartlett and 1 Perry in the C-Tech zoning district, along with the properties that are already in the C-Tech abutting them.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the board if you have any comments or questions.
Oh, I know this. Okay. Yeah.
There's no
Oh,
immediate questions from the board. I'll open it up to the public. Meg, let me know if you see anyone.
I'm not seeing anyone with their hand raised.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to close the public hearing, sir.
second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Motion to send it off with a positive recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Dave to move from RC2 to C-Tech. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. On to the next one, Article 48, Nobody Farm Road and Sun Island to RC2 and CN. And also, Leslie, before you speak on that, in the article or the draft that I have, it only says Nobodere and Sun Island roads, but I believe it should read Nobodere Farm Road. Is that correct?
It's in the packet. I mean, in the.
Yeah, in the packet, it just says
Agenda.
Nobodere, but I think under the.
Right.
Yeah, just for clarification with anyone, when we get it to the actual
Yeah.
print for the warrant.
We'll be out at Surfside Beach with commercial.
Correct.
I'll get some people
That's good
upset.
clarification.
Nobody your farm, for
Okay.
sure.
Thank you, Leslie. Go ahead, take it away.
Okay, Megan, could you pull the map up, please? Okay, so the properties that are included in this article, and I think, Megan, that's an old map as well. But the property listing didn't change, so we'll just go with it. The properties included are an isolated pocket of RC2 that's left along Nobodere Farm Road. They're all used commercially, or they're subject to special permits that protect them from the zoning change. And we are suggesting that they all go from RC2 to commercial neighborhood. This continues to preserve a commercial node in this area, which is part of the master plan. It's consistent with the uses that are happening there. The larger parcel on the west side of Nobodere Farm Road is oversized, but it's subject to restrictions placed on it from, I believe, the lighthouse, or excuse me, not lighthouse, the new school next door, as well as the land bank. So it has a lot of limitations.
So,
and we would
Leslie,
recommend that you support CN for all of the properties, which is how the warrant is written.
Okay, and Leslie, just for clarification, I used to own 3A Sun Island, and that last, when you look to the east side, that whole large parcel there was kind of subdivided into 3 and 3A. So in the description, you're listing it as 3, but it's really divided down the middle, and it was 3A. I just want to make sure that for the article and the sponsor of it, we have the right addresses in it, are inclusive of the 3A, or that's removed from it.
So whatever is shown in pink that's still RC2 is what is included. So if we need to correct the parcel listing as part of a motion, we can do that.
Okay, great. That's all. I just want to make sure we're okay when we present it. Great. Okay, I'll open it up to the board. Okay, I'm not seeing no hands. I'll open it up to the public. Meg, I would ask that you help me if you see someone.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion from the board to close the public hearing.
So move, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Dave. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Motion to approve with the corrections that we've just talked about at this point.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you. Moving on to the next, I believe 50, tertiary. It's an increase from our present 650 square feet to 900 square feet. And I just want to comment before Leslie states the obvious. In past meetings, this has been something that's come up, and reluctantly we've had to give negative endorsement from things because of the tertiaries exceeding the 650 square feet, whether it be by a few feet or whether it be by 100 feet. And I think I've stated often that quality of life is important and I'm in favor of an increase, but because of procedure, I had always been opposed to it. So if this number, square footage, represents what the board would like to see, I think it makes it easier, and I would continue to vote for future article or future decisions that come before us with that 900 feet. And I think by raising it, if somebody comes before us with a 950 square feet, I would still take the same position that I have in the past when we've exceeded the 650, if that's all clear. So with that, Leslie, take it away, please.
Okay, so this is a zoning bylaw amendment to amend the definition of tertiary dwelling and to simply change the maximum gross floor area that's currently 650 square feet to 900 square feet. And the way it's drafted, that would apply to any type of tertiary dwelling.
Thank you.
That's it.
I'll open it up to the board. Do you have any comment, questions? Nat?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And, you know, I think this is the right way to go. It cleans up the basement and really we've been getting more garage apartments, and that it does help solve that as well, where you got a reasonable amount of living space. It doesn't mean that someone's going to build a 900, they might build an 8, but the 650 was, I agree with you, John. I mean, it isn't just a question of you not wanting to do it, but going with the regulation. It's more about new builds. We waive the existing ones because that was the plan at the beginning of this whole process and this bylaw. But now they're all done. I mean, there's probably not too many left that have to come in unless somebody adds a kitchen or wants to remodel or something like that to make it an official tertiary. But in this case, we're dealing with, it's time to move forward with new build criteria that makes sense for the cost and the effort it takes to actually construct something on this island. I mean, it was almost like a restriction more than it was just time to move it. And I think going with all 3 to 9 is good for the staff as well and the applicant. That's my opinion. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll recognize Dave Iverson.
Thanks, John. I just, so this came about from actually the Affordable Housing Trust. We spoke with Andrew and we wanted to come up with ideas that would help provide more bedrooms. And I think it's important to realize that, at least in our view, that that additional 900 feet means another bedroom, and another bedroom in a tertiary means more housing. So I know there's arguments about the standalone tertiary and that we're giving them more space. I think and Leslie will tell me if I'm wrong, but we permitted 5 tertiaries last year. So again, I argue that this is creating bedrooms for local people that need it the most. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. I'll recognize Cam.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate David's comments on that. I personally was a little shocked to see 900 square feet as the discussion that we had as a board much earlier for an expansion of the tertiary dwelling was like 800. I thought we'd come out of the meeting around there. So to see 900, I was like, okay, so what happened there? So apparently it's affordable housing and increased bedrooms, meaning increased cars on lots. I obviously am not for an expansion of this size unless it's specific to some lots. I think there's something with, with the R20, R40 lugs and that sort of thing where this would be appropriate. 900 square feet is the size of many existing homes of our, the ones that were built in the 70s and 80s of regular people's homes. So I find the 900 square feet to be quite quite large for a tertiary. Okay, this is the third dwelling unit on a property. It's not, and I realize there are, you know, proportions between the primary and the secondary, and we've had discussions on the covenant lot situation. Again, I guess I would be more supportive if it were more specific. And when the one that came up at the discussion for increasing from 650 was the Boys and Girls Club, and it was up to 850, they weren't even looking for 900. So it just seems like, well, for me, obviously it's a jump too far. I'll speak about that at town meeting as well. So I just wanted to let the board know where I sort of stand as we move forward, so it doesn't appear when I speak at town meeting, I'm coming out of nowhere. Because I did make comments at our first meeting thinking, okay, around 800, I could maybe increase to that, see the argument behind that. The 900, I can see from an affordable housing point of view, but not from the R5, R10 point of view. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. And for clarification, I just want to point out for anybody listening from the general audience or public that the 900 square feet, 650 square feet, what we look at and define a tertiary is total living area, not gross living, not gross square footage on a lot. So contrary to a lot of people believe that if you put 900 square feet down, you would be able to put a second floor and a basement and in essence get 2,700 square foot house. That's not the case. It is 900 total square feet of living space. And I think, as Dave mentioned, it's really the addition of an extra bedroom from the increase of 650 square feet. And if people are really looking at what it would be a 20-foot building by 22.5, 22 and a half feet. That would, with 2 floors, that would give you a total of 900 square feet. And I think with our previous discussions, we had mentioned 800. I think we also, if I'm not mistaken, Nat had brought up maybe a little bit more, 1,000, and said he would be okay with the 900 square feet. So I think we discussed a few. So that's all I have to say. And I'll look to Stephen, whose hand has been raised. Stephen Welch, please.
Thanks. Leslie, did you want to comment on I don't know if your hand's up.
Thank you. I just want to point out to Campbell's concern about the R5 and the R10. In the R5, the R10, and the R20, there's a maximum bedroom count for the whole property. So just because you may be able to fit an extra bedroom into the tertiary doesn't mean you can increase the total number of bedrooms for the lot. There's an 8-bedroom maximum.
And that's important to follow all that. Very important.
Thanks. Thanks,
ahead,
Leslie. John, may I go ahead?
No, I said go ahead, Stephen. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think that's an important point. It actually steals a little of my thunder. I actually would like to make an argument to increase this to 1,000 square feet minimum. I don't think it's fair for the planning board in a community that is looking and stressing under affordable or year-round housing under the pressures that this community is suffering. This type of a dwelling unit represents one of the few starter family type dwelling units or housing opportunities. And while it's not exclusively year-round housing stock, they're significantly used for this purpose. And I base that on my own experience viewing the dwellings. So certainly suggest we support the article. I think the idea of 650 square feet as it is now is severely limited for even a very small family. I'm not going to filibuster on this, but I think it's important that we have some actual physical visual perspective. Through you, Mr. Chair, may I share my screen?
Meg, if that's possible, go for it. Absolutely.
Is there anyone who can't see what's a schematic of a typical garage with apartment? So this is actually an 884 square feet tertiary dwelling in an existing garage. Typically these garages are 28. Smaller, well, two things. One, typically a garage built in the 80s is going to be anywhere between 26 and 30 feet by 26 and 30 feet. So that's the footprint you have to work with. I think, John, you made a really salient point, which is this idea that 900 square feet is not a lot of living space. I think one of the members suggested that, you know, back in the day, 900 was a big home, or it was a typical home. Well, it may have been, but it also had a basement, and it also had an attic space you could use for storage. And the definition of a tertiary dwelling is limited to gross living area. So in total, you could have 650 square feet of what used to be the 900 square foot home, but you don't get a basement and you don't get an attic storage space. So to try and sandwich a small family into one of these homes, I think I don't think it's appropriate. If we're trying to encourage people to stay on Nantucket and live on Nantucket, allowing them to have space to actually live and grow, which I'll get to in a minute with the drawing, is important. And Leslie spoke to the parking issue. Let's keep in mind that in an R10, you can have as many bedrooms as you want, subject to the building code, which is 70 square feet per bedroom, 50 square feet in addition for each person. And the only limitation is parking. And you can maximize your number of bedrooms, and many of the duplexes around the island do. And we're no better off than we were. So I think the idea of having limitations on the number of bedrooms is an important one. It's a trade-off. And I think that some of these trade-offs we need to be thinking about. We've only had 5 of these, I think I heard, in the last year. Well, I think we need to be incentivizing people to be able to do this work. I'm just going to quickly run through this. This is a 2-bedroom. You got to have 2 means of egress. Many of these are from a second story. So part of the GLA, the gross living area, it's not specifically habitable space. Kitchens, dining rooms, living rooms, bedrooms. So right out of the top, you've got 2 sets of stairs, which are typically going to be, if one of them is interior, there's 50 square feet. That's 10% of your gross living area. This is a layout of and I'll show you the first floor, which is a small mudroom, which amounts to basically 2 very small bedrooms, overcrowded with simple furniture, not enough closet space, a living room, which literally there's not enough room for the crib, a kitchen that is literally not enough room for a 3-person family to sit in the kitchen dining area and also work, no room for anyone to do schoolwork, and everyone's sharing a single bath. You go down the stairs, I'll be quick. Here's your typical layout. You've got a mudroom. This is a ranch house to the right. You've got some storage that's part of the garage, which is excluded from the tertiary dwelling space because of the current limitation. This was approved under a special permit at 880 something square feet, 84 square feet. So it's not even 900 square feet. And you can see the limitations where, okay, here all of a sudden we got a place to store your shoes, hang your coats, sit down and put your shoes on before you go to school. You've got a washer and dryer, and then you've got some winter clothes storage. I would suggest to you that at 884 square feet, which is, close enough to 900 not to even be thinking about, it's too small. And in addition to that, you have in these structures, you typically have space within the floor plan that could very easily be utilized for a family of 3 or 4 to start to have a little bit more of a meaningful existence. So that's the layout. I do have a couple more quick comments. I think the point on the number of bedrooms is an important one. Certainly rambling style homes that are now the rage, even in R5 zones, R10 have no limitations on the number of parking space or the number of bedrooms. And the other thing to keep in mind is that as a tertiary dwelling, you're still restricted to the ground coverage on the underlying lot.
Yeah.
So that's an important limitation. And again, I don't think we should be punitive, or personally don't believe we should be viewing having a third dwelling as some great blessing we're bestowing on someone. Yes. Is it a benefit if you can rent it out or you can sell it? Certainly. But who is it benefiting? The nature of these types of structures is that they're in partially or more dense zones, and they're being utilized by people who are year round. And the nice thing about them being these being developed in areas that are already like an R10 or R5 is that we already have utilities in place. We already have sewer in place. We already have water in place. These are incredibly expensive attributes across the community. And if we don't have them, then you have to be burdening the septic system. And we have people who are concerned about water, the water quality. So I think that those are important considerations. Couple quick things in closing. The square footage of these structures, the GLA, the number of dwellings isn't the only control. Size, massing, and character of a tertiary dwelling, just like a secondary dwelling and a primary dwelling, are watchdogged and overseen by the HDC. If you sat through an HDC meeting, you understand that it's not a low threshold. So I don't know that the planning board needs to be necessarily restricting these, other than what is the purpose of the structure? Is it adequate? And if it's not adequate, what are we doing? I think 900 is a step in the right direction. However, I think that starting with 1,000 square foot GLA is a better start. And then lastly, I'll say that in closing, there are other restrictions. I think they are fair. They exist on the use and ownership. I think ratcheting those up because, oh, it's another dwelling someone has is a disincentive to the creation of these tertiary dwellings. And I think that it's evident that without some incentives, and in this instance, a slightly larger footprint in an existing structure or in a new structure with ground coverage limitations is an incentive because these things cost money and you need to be able to either rent it or sell it to someone who wants it. And if people aren't really, people will live in it, they'll overcrowd, that'll be problematic. But the idea that further restricting the ownership and the use to me seems not a good way to be creating. Frankly, I think we should be giving people bonuses. If you create one of these things, you get an extra 10% to build on your lot. We're spending inordinate amount of money, the town doing affordable housing because of prevailing wage and other considerations. So I know that's a lot to chew on, but I think it's important, or I wouldn't have put the time into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Leslie, your hand's up.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that Stephen had some great ideas and some great points, but 1,000, let me start again. Anything over 900 square feet is outside of the scope of the article. So you can certainly reduce that, which sounds like you don't want to do that, but you cannot increase it.
Thank you very much for that. Barry.
Dave had his hand up first, so.
Okay. Dave, go for it. You guys.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Stephen, I'm going to hire you as a salesman, please. That was amazing. Lots of good points. And I just wanted to readdress, but I think he did well with Campbell's. Again, people still need to abide by ground cover. There's still the equation on size. So I think there's a lot of built-in safeguards here. And we really need to focus on creating an extra bedroom for someone to sleep in. And again, Stephen, great job. Thank you.
Barry.
Thank you. I just wanted to iterate the same thing, Steve. That was really awesome. You hit on a lot of good points in a short order. So, and they were all, I think, valid in relation to where we are with what we're trying to do on the island here. Don't forget too, we're going to be talking in a few seconds about Article 51, which again starts to link this into doing it for affordable housing. And if you remember the genesis of where this all started from tertiary dwellings, it was all about tiny houses. Okay, we started somewhere at about between 550 to 650 with that whole
550.
550.
Yeah, it was 550 initially. But the whole concept behind it was, again, to deal with the affordable housing issue and give people a place to be able to live. So here we go. And like any article that we propose out there, no one can argue that we haven't taken our time, analyzed it, spent some time with it, and began to realize what really needs to kind of take place. Like everything else, the article has grown as well too in recognition of what we really do kind of need to have happening out here. So thank you for listening for a minute.
Thank you, Barry. Cam.
Hi, yes, I just wanted to thank everyone for their information and their presentation. So thank you very much for that.
Great. Okay, I don't think we've opened it up to the public. So
Fritz
I will
has got
do
his
that.
hand up, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't see that. Fritz, go for it. Sorry.
Thank you. I just, I can support this. I just, but with keeping in mind, John, sort of where you came from in terms of the history of the 650 and then the reluctance to grant waivers. If we're going to increase it to 900, I'd like to suggest that we remove the waiver provision so that we're not sitting with exactly the same situation where somebody comes in with 950 or 1,000 and we're inclined to say yes.
You mean a new
Okay,
bill?
I appreciate that, Fritz. Not wait, I have a
Okay.
comment.
Did
With
you-
that,
you
Fritz,
meant a new
I
bill.
would like to say
Yeah.
a lot of my comments were for new construction, as was evident in the specific example with the Boys and Girls Club, because they had the opportunity to be compliant based on what we had written. I do have a little bit of flexibility. I have used the flexibility for pre-existing buildings where they were slightly over, and obviously it's already built. It's been there for 10, 20, 30 years. They're just looking to make it into a tertiary. So if it wasn't significantly oversized, then I had voted on that. But I think to Nat's point, to my point, new construction, you definitely have control over. So I was less flexible to approve anything that was over if they had the ability to change that. So that's all I'll say about that. Leslie?
Thank you. Fritz's suggestion about removing the special permit waiver, that would also be outside of the scope of the article. That wasn't identified as language to be changed. So only highlighted language is changeable at this point, which in this case is only the 900 square feet in this article.
Thank you. All right, Meg, do we have any hands raised in the public?
Linda Williams has her hand raised.
Okay, I'll recognize Linda.
As you know, I brought in something like this that was an existing structure where we were creating an extra bedroom, and you guys, we had to withdraw it because it was like 120 square feet over. And I've got to support everything that Steve said, because not only you're limited by your septic, but your ground cover and your setbacks and your parking and everything else. That's going to limit what you can do here. But my garage apartment is almost exactly what Steve had up on the screen. It's 28 by 28, but I can only get one nice sized bedroom up there and a living room kitchen that's all one room, but it's a fairly sizable room. It's, 24 feet wide because it's a softbox. So when my travels around in my job, I run into a lot of these ancillary structures that are over 650, but they're existing. And they have, bunk rooms in them, which are illegal. And people are sleeping there. And this would enable a lot of existing structures, as Nat said, to be able to become a legal unit and be used for year-round and extra bedrooms and everything else. So the 650 was incredibly restrictive because that's even under the size of my 2-car garage. And a lot of us have these 2-car garages with space studios, quote unquote, studio space or office space above them, which would be great to turn into a tertiary dwelling for year-round use. So I support this wholeheartedly. And there's a lot of people out there that would be coming in to get these things blessed.
Thank you, Linda. Stephen.
Thanks. Yeah, just thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one quick comment. I think, I appreciate the concept that, staying within the scope. I mean, we really don't have a choice, but it does bring up an opportunity to, along the lines of Fritz's concern and Campbell's, is that if perhaps in a future revision, we were to limit the exception to existing structures, number one, And then number two, I would just suggest that at the special permit part of the process, we really have an opportunity to evaluate whether there is sufficient parking. And that's the time that on a case-by-case basis, we as a planning board have an opportunity to make sure that we aren't contributing to kind of an overcrowding with respect to parking or creating parking issues. So I'm not suggesting that their points weren't valid at all. I think that we may have an opportunity to address one of them during the course of regular meetings for special permits, and the other perhaps with a future language change. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Meg, do you see anybody from the public?
No.
Okay. With that, I'd entertain a motion from the board to close.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll wait.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
gonna close. Go ahead, Barry. Go ahead.
No.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Was
No,
there a
I
motion
was
to
just
close
gonna-
or is there a comment?
I just want to make one more comment I was gonna make
Go
after we
ahead, Nat.
close.
Sure.
I just want to know where we are with what Fritz said. I mean, is that
From what I understand, we have to go with only what's
beyond the
been
scope?
highlighted. So as it is right now, we're looking at 900 square feet and we're
Okay.
not doing anything else.
With the way, okay. I think it's gonna take care of itself, at least for a year, so,
Right.
thank you. I'll make a
Okay.
motion to close then.
Okay, motion's been made. Second, Barry?
Second.
Was that a yes, a nod? Okay.
That is
Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Aye.
Dave, thank you. John, myself, aye. Okay, now on to the merits for the motion.
Make a motion to give this a positive recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Nat and seconded by Dave. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and chair votes aye, unanimous. Thank you. I'm going to see, I'll rely on Leslie to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I'd like to take a little liberty and pass over for now the tertiary lot discussion, because I think we're going to be spending a lot of time on that, or a little bit more time with the math and the percentages. So if I may, Leslie, do I have that privy to pass over that for now?
You do. I think it might be a good idea to see if there's, a lot of people in the audience
Okay.
waiting to discuss that. If not, or
Right,
if they
well-
don't mind to wait a little while longer, I do think
Sure.
it is a good idea to maybe clear out the rest of the agenda. So
Great.
you can focus on
Meg,
that.
could you help me out? Is there anyone that is in the audience now that I've made that announcement with their hands up? If they've been waiting for this, I don't want to ask them to wait.
We got 4 people in the audience, so if anyone is waiting specifically just to talk about this article and not any of the others that are on the agenda, would you just go ahead and raise your hand?
Yes, thank you. That was good.
And I'm seeing none.
Okay, so I will take that liberty and we'll pass over that and go to Article 53. And this is accessory buildings, I believe. Technical amendments.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, Article 53, these are miscellaneous technical amendments to primarily the zoning bylaw, and then there are some zoning map amendments as well. The first section has definition changes. The definition to accessory dwelling, it currently has a maximum unit size of 550 square feet. The suggested increase there is 800 square feet. And I believe at one time it was 800 square feet. So we would just be going back to that. I believe that came up during your discussion with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund as just another way to encourage the creation of additional units. Takeout food establishment, we've recently had a lot of food trucks that have been proposed. And while through zoning, we thought it was pretty clear that those were takeout and should be treated as such, we've actually permitted some as takeout. There was a little more confusion between licensing applicants and in zoning officials. So we're just changing the definition of takeout food establishment to make it clear that that does include food trucks. The definition of tent, currently, if one needs to extend the duration of time that a tent is erected, it requires a variance. A lot of discussion came out of the COVID-19 economic task force and a lot of the business owners. And it seems that the outdoor dining was really popular. It added, some different features to our restaurants that they haven't had in the past. And it seemed to go over well and was popular. So this change was created to, give those business owners an opportunity to apply for a special permit for a tent if they want to, continue the outdoor dining that everyone seemed to enjoy and that they invested a lot of resources in. Section 2. Section 2 addresses secondary lots. And it says that one of the two lots shall be allowed to have a second dwelling unit subject to the requirements of the tertiary dwelling definition. It adds new language that says the planning board may waive that requirement by the issuance of a special permit, provided that the board finds that the proposal is in keeping with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. So this is a little bit of a companion to the article that you just skipped over. But either way, it would allow people to sort of redistribute how the primary, secondary, and tertiary are placed between the secondary lots. And I think that's very much a technical matter, and it does not add any additional ground cover. Item number 3, that's the regularity formula. We had a lot of discussion about the regularity formula throughout the year, and the way the current bylaw is written, it required a variance. If a lot did not comply with the regularity formula, this would allow the planning board to issue a special permit for a waiver. Item number 4, this addresses the driveway access section of the zoning bylaw. Right now, you have certain latitude when reviewing secondary dwellings and whether or not you choose to allow second driveways. We're adding language to give you that same latitude with tertiary dwellings and garage apartments, because you're reviewing all of those for the same purpose anyway, which is adequate access. Item number 5. This is the technical map change. Also item number 6 as well. These are all lots within Richmond. You may recall we moved around some lot lines to accommodate some extra parking. And the result of that was these lots are all now partially in R5 and partially in CN. So this would align the zoning district with the property lines. And that's it. So you all, I'm sure, may have questions.
Great. Board members, any hands raised? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public.
We have Emily Molden with her hand raised.
Hi, Emily, welcome. Glad you made it back. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here for the Nantucket Land Council. Leslie actually just answered a couple of my questions, so thank you, Leslie. I have a question on sort of just for clarification on number 2 about the tertiary dwelling requirements on secondary lots. And I guess I'm just sort of trying to better understand what that does. So essentially, when you have a lot that's a secondary lot that's created, in this instance, the special permit allowance could waive the requirement for one of the dwellings to be essentially a tertiary dwelling. So essentially, like she said, which was helpful, it doesn't necessarily change the amount of ground cover on the lot, but you would essentially end up with maybe a primary and then 2 secondary dwellings, essentially, if one's not required to meet the tertiary dwelling definition. Is that sort of basically what this does? That was just one question for clarification.
Go ahead, Leslie, if you'd like.
So the way the bylaw is written now, when you do the secondary lots, you have to keep the original primary on one lot, and then another dwelling unit can be located on the covenant lot. And the market rate lot is only allowed to have a secondary dwelling subject to tertiary standards. So if
Right.
someone wanted to, say, keep their already constructed primary and secondary dwelling and then create a different covenant lot, it's not allowed to, the way it's written now, to have a tertiary dwelling on the covenant lot. It's kind of confusing, but I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job explaining it. But the current language doesn't allow you to keep your primary and secondary dwelling on the same lot unless that secondary dwelling meets the definition of tertiary.
Okay. That actually is helpful. I think that does clarify it. Thank you. I think that's sort of what I was envisioning, but I was having a hard time getting the right language out as well. But no, I think that makes more sense to me. I appreciate that. And then most of my comments are really around number 3, as it's proposed, the amendment on the regularity formula. And I think I would say this is probably of all of them, the amendment that we have the most concerns about and are pretty strongly opposed to. The regularity factor was set as a minimum standard, obviously by town meeting at some point previously. And it seems as though it has really become one of these fundamental standards or criteria that dictates the way that new lots are created and when they can be and can't be. And to create the special permit provision allowing for that to change and essentially be waived in a pretty subjective way seems to essentially render the purpose of it somewhat useless. It really raises the question for me, well, then what is okay? What is the standard? Would 0.54 be appropriate or 0.44 be appropriate? And I would love to hear a little bit more on the reasoning for putting this forward. I presume, and I can't remember if Leslie said this or not, but if it had to do with a couple of the proposals or projects that came before the planning board this past year that were proposing to waive regularity factor. But there just are always going to be some properties that aren't going to meet this standard. It's one of those lines that has been drawn that I think is really important, enabling the amendment or the waiver of that standard essentially starts to erode the integrity of the existing bylaw. I think another really important point that I would really like the board to consider and discuss in their deliberations, this essentially is just going to enable some increased number of lots, and I don't know how many, but I'm sure there's quite a few out there, to subdivide that currently don't meet that standard and could not subdivide. And it starts to raise the question, well, why would any of these individuals create a covenant lot if they now have another instance, another way that they can waive one of these primary standards to create another market rate lot? So I think this is a really important one. And again, the subjectivity of what's required or in order to allow the waiving of this, just I think makes it pretty unclear and really is maybe inviting a lot of additional subdivision that's not allowed now across the island. So I would really ask the board to consider this one very carefully. I think it's an important standard and that this type of subjective special permit isn't appropriate here. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Board members? So Leslie, before we open it up to the public, I try and use an example to kind of visualize something for the general audience or public to see. And one of the properties that comes to mind when we talk about this, and I'm just kind of getting what Emily's saying, was, I believe, on Evergreen. And I think, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but Lori Geddes, I think, was the name that was the applicant. And there was question, and we had to continue the meeting because there was an irregularity condition where we didn't think that the front lot or the back lot would meet the necessary ground cover. And we had to continue it because we wanted to get clarification from our town council if it was going to be allowed. And I think town council said that it would because of the road would count towards the square footage. And I think the comment that I made at the time was, I didn't want to have this be a precedent-setting lot. I would like to have clear definition or clarification before we, let the horse out of the barn and have a lot of subdivisions that are subjective that we have to put on the planning board to make the decision. I'd rather have it a clarity factor there so that we didn't have subjectivity to it. So help me out.
I think there's, a lot, to bring up about this. I mean, first of all, the regularity factor is there to keep or to ensure that lots do have somewhat of a regular shape, to, make sure that they don't have tiny little strips connecting, where the frontage is to the back of the lot. And that's part of the reason why I added in the finding about it not negatively impacting access and not resulting in, a negative impact to the character of the neighborhood. And on the Geddes example that you just cited, the lots that didn't meet regularity weren't at all irregular in shape. They were perfect rectangles. Mm-hmm. They just couldn't comply with this mathematical formula that's in the zoning bylaw. And when that's the case, then you have the planning board, who's the typical board to review A&R lot divisions and subdivisions, weighing in on one aspect of it. And then you have this variance piece that has to go to the zoning board, who doesn't typically deal with subdivision type issues. So I think removing the variance component, putting all of the review in front of the planning board as a subdivision or an A&R and a special permit makes all the sense in the world. People aren't being ping-ponged between two boards, and they're not being, subject to a board that's not used to dealing with subdivision type issues. So that's one piece. And as far as the covenant dwelling, I don't think this would at all disincentivize someone from creating a covenant. I mean, in fact, where you may only have one lot and now you can get a special permit to create two, there's the possibility of having two covenant lots, whereas before there was only one. So I'm not sure that I follow that argument at all, but I think this is a better practice to keep the permitting all in front of one board who's used to dealing with these types of issues.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comment before I open it up to the public? Fritz, your hand's raised.
Yeah, I agree with that. As you know, I'm not a great proponent of adding a lot more special permits to our purview. I think there must have been a lot of thought, I assume, went into figuring out what this formula was, as difficult as it is to understand exactly how it operates. And except for one or two cases, I've never seen us dealing with this question and needing a waiver before. And I think the bottom of it, for me, it just puts way too much power, I think, in the hands of the planning board. And the same, it kind of goes back to the same kind of thing as we have with the 650 and the 900. Where do you draw the line? And I think this is a good solid line, bright line, red line, and I would prefer to keep it that way.
So Fritz, if I may, are you saying that you actually prefer the special permit, which is totally against anything?
No, I'm saying I don't.
You don't want the special permit. So for the highlighted section number 4, is that what you're referring to?
Highlighted section number 4.
Or 2. I mean,
no, I'm talking about the whole
special permit in both.
No, 3. We're talking about the regularity formula.
Yes, okay, so in 3, but number
I
4.
I do not favor adding paragraph 4.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So from what I understand, if there's going to be any change, you can only change what's highlighted. Is that correct, Leslie? Okay, is there anything that you're
Yes.
considering changing, Fritz, before I open it up to the public and comment?
Yes, my proposal would be to delete it.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question to the staff
Go ahead,
first,
Nat.
John, before we go to the public?
Sure.
All right, so Leslie, you got this down, so I just need to just clarify what I'm thinking. So, and this doesn't come up that much, okay? So this is basically when we have one of those builder's 2-acre lots that it's in 1 acre zoning, but it's like 82,000, let's say. And it looks like a big, huge lot, but it doesn't fit the regularity factor. And I'm assuming that the reason you're saying to keep the special permit in because the real lot subdivision process is a special permit. And every one we've done so far, we've limited each new lot, especially the one that usually has the house built in the wrong spot, which we end up restricting. And in this case, we would be doing the same thing, minus the road, and all that stuff. So it's sort of the same, except that we're going to be restricting the 2 lots. The catch to this, in my opinion, is, and this is where we get into this tertiary of the covenant or not. I mean, I'd be willing to, we can't make this a bylaw, I don't think, but I'd be willing to add language to number 4, saying that each new lot created with this process is subject to a tertiary on each lot. A covenant on each lot. Because what we're really talking about is land. And when you have a big, huge piece of land that's in one of these odd situations where a neighbor says, well, everybody else did it, how come I can't do it? And it's like there isn't a person in the room that understands the reason why, except 2, 3. It's tough, okay? Because they get this massive piece of land. So that's all I'm saying. People already think we're making dirt at these meetings, and we're not. We're just trying to make it a little bit less burdensome, but at the same time restricting it, because we've already done that. An A&R is an A&R, you can't restrict it. So separating these things out into different pieces is important to understand. But, it's hard to explain. We would have had the 900 square feet 5 years ago if we were that good. So, thank you.
All right, Dave Iverson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Leslie.
Sure.
Just a couple of questions. This usually, or mostly, or at least mostly that I've seen come into play with the rear lot subdivision, correct?
In the Geddes case, I believe she's proposing to convert to that, but I can only think of a handful of times that this has come up recently.
And this, if we did this, this would help us be a little more flexible in creating lots in places where infill development is what we're aiming for and is in the master plan, correct?
Correct.
So, my feeling here is, again, this goes back to the 900 square feet. And I completely understand where Fritz is coming from, and I agree with him about more density, more building. But I think at some level, we need to learn to be flexible to create housing opportunities, ownership opportunities for people. And that's what we're talking about here. And if there's a lot like the Geddes lot that was a perfectly good lot, it just couldn't mathematically pass muster, I think at some level, we need to have at least some flexibility to build some housing for people. And maybe it's not affordable, but it is an ownership opportunity in an infill situation, and it's a special permit, so we can choose yes or no on it. So I as much as it pains me to think that I could vote yes on something that's going to add more density and create more buildings, I still think at some level we need to come to some sort of understanding that we will need to do this to keep people here. Thank you.
Thanks. Stephen Welch.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just kind of want to echo David and Nat's comments in a different way. And also, I don't want to be, no intention of putting words in anyone's mouth, but it just occurs to me that the idea on the other side of the discussion here, it just occurs to me that as the planning board, we have an arsenal of tools and we're looking to develop another one. And the bumper sticker is incentivize, don't penalize. And I think that that's really where we're headed with this. And I agree with that. And I just wanted to support that concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry. Nope. Can't hear you, Barry. Sorry. Mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, trying to be good about background noise. Through you to Leslie.
Sure.
Leslie, didn't a lot of this come up with regularity factor when we're dealing with a lot of the pork chop lots that were being created several years ago, like along Old South Road and stuff? And I might be wrong.
I believe this was added in the late 70s.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Cam.
I have to unmute myself. So my comments are more on, I believe it's number 5, but I'm finding that it may tag into this as it has to do with driveway access. And I think that if we're going to, I think somehow this regularity factor and the division and densification of these properties that fit under this, I think should have to also fit into the single drive access and not the separate access for various buildings. I know I spoke against the multiple accesses to the property on South Shore Road that was developed. And I had been a proponent of, even though it's 2 covenant lots, 2 market rate lots, I'd been a proponent of a single access onto Blueberry. And instead we have a new access across a bike path, 2 new accesses onto Blueberry. And I won't mention that the lots are completely cleared of any vegetation. And it just doesn't, I mean, it's, you know, I'm trying to go with the aesthetic as well as the, you know, sort of the historic look of things. And so with this approval for this new regularity formula, I would just like to encourage us to maybe make the language a little bit stronger towards combined access on lots, and maybe even reduce the number of special permits that allow for secondary access to lots, if that makes any sense. Anyway, that was my comment. I was going to comment on the driveways, but it seems to really tie into this, and just the density and the traffic and the, you know, the potential for creating more curb cuts. And I really, you know, my main problems with curb cuts come when they go across bike paths and sidewalks. I really think that we should be focusing on utilizing roads that are in place or that can be in place to handle the traffic that goes along with the property developments that we're trying to encourage. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Dave Iverson, hand still raised? No. Get that hand down, please. Anybody else on the board before I open it up? Yes, Fritz, hands waving.
Yes.
Literally.
I must be in the lower corner of your screen.
No,
somewhere.
you know what it is, Fritz? I get a, you can hit a button to actually see a hand raised, and it's an artificial hand. So I recognize, I see that. When I see you,
yeah.
I have to
I'm not
scroll
using
up and
the
down
hand.
and see the actual hand.
Using the old-fashioned hand raise.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I just want to go back to Nat's comment. And Leslie, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're a covenant lot, the regularity factor doesn't apply. Am I correct?
Well,
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm not sure, Nat, if you were, I thought at one point you were I thought you were advocating for limiting this to covenant lots, and I was going to say, gee,
no,
I can support that.
no, Fritz, and I'm glad you said that. I think staff knew what I meant. Like, I meant, okay, this is to allow a subdivision without the A&R. That's what this is, on a lot that's big and has all this frontage and has everything, but it doesn't fit the regularity factor. What I said was, Fritz, that if we create two lots through this process, like we've been doing with the real lot subdivision, we've been restricting the lots to 2 dwellings per lot. What I was saying is I wouldn't mind restricting each lot to have a covenant on each lot. I didn't mean the whole thing to be covenant. That's impossible. You'd have to have, I mean, that's just not going to happen, unfortunately. But might have happened 30 years ago and land was really cheap. But that was what I meant, Fritz. 1 on each as part of the agreement or the special permit process. But that might not get much support. That was what I meant.
Well, you might get my support.
Well, there you go. And now you're down on the bottom right of the screen when you said that. I don't know what that means, but everybody keeps moving.
We might agree with each other.
I haven't touched anything.
I'm just looking to restrict this in some way. And if you're coming up with something that does it somewhat.
I mean, I'm torn with this. And this is the problem. When we went to, I'm just going to be what John said. He's right. When we went to R40 at Evergreen, which by the way, nobody wanted 7 years ago, and everybody wanted it after that. And Lug One, what happened is the lots were created to be builders 2 acres. They weren't quite 2 acres. They were like 1.9 or whatever. For whatever reason, that's just how it was. So every one of those lots, it's sort of like Bayberry with R40. It's they're like weird lots. Not all of them can be subdivided by A&R. So this is a different way to get more housing, split the lots, but not have them be full build out like A&R would be. Am I correct, Leslie, in saying that? I mean, that's the truth, right? Where are you?
Leslie, your hand's raised. I was going to call on you anyway. So go ahead, Leslie.
So my point is that, Fritz, is that this is I don't want to say a privilege or a gift or whatever, but the applicant that owns this property is in a position where they can't do the typical subdivision under Massachusetts law. So that's where the real lot came in, which we should have done years ago. We would have eliminated all these crazy paved roads that we didn't need. And at the same time, this does the same thing, except it makes it a little bit cleaner. But you're still going to restrict the 2 new lots in some way, whether it be 2 dwellings on each lot, depending upon what's there. If usually there's the dwelling plunked in the wrong spot somewhere, you know what I mean? It's not a clean piece of land in most cases. So that was what I meant by that comment about the covenants. I wasn't saying 4 covenant houses. No, the person might as well just forget it. What I was saying is when we talked about, this is another whole topic, those oversized lots like in Tom Nevers and out in the airport, which is a completely separate discussion, but that will come up probably next year we'll have that figured out as to what to put forth for that. But this is different. This is when you have zoning that allows 2 1-acre lots, but you can't make 2 1-acre lots that easily. So, or if you had an acre lot in R20, same thing, like that, what happened at Bayberry, Leslie. So anyway, thank you. Sorry for the confusion, but that's my way of explaining it and making people more confused probably.
Leslie, your hands up.
So it seems like everyone's really focused on this item number 3, and I think you all should either, one, continue this for more discussion and send me some ideas about, a finding that you may want to include that's beyond what I've drafted here, and I can see if it's substantive and beyond the scope or not, or that you vote to take out number 3 and give it a lot more thought and add it in another year.
Okay. Leslie, here's as I'm thinking before I forget it, when you look at adding or changing or seeing if it's, as you say, I guess, allowed to go into it, what if there was a time frame on it? Because a lot of people that already bought the lots from 30 years ago and that are just a little slight under or something like that, zoning things have changed. Secondary dwellings, we didn't even have tertiary dwellings back then, so a lot of things have changed. Going forth, people are smart now. Nantucket, there are developers that are very well educated. They are smart. So if they see something in a buildable acre of 79,000 square feet, and that's not a buildable, or 2 acres rather, that's 80,000 square feet minimum. And if they see something that's 79,000 square feet and they know that this particular article is irregularity factor will open up something for them to subdivide. And then they say, well, we're only off 1,000 square feet of the 80,000. So we'll go to the planning board and we'll get this. All of a sudden, now we're looking at 2 market rate houses with subdivision and a developer doing that, where it kind of wasn't the intent. Somebody like the Evergreen lot that we were talking about, that was long time. They've owned it for a while. It was, just something that kind of was questionable, but we got a definition from the town council. As I said then, and I'll say now, I just worry about a precedent setting, article that would open up floodgates for people to use it as it wasn't intended to be used. So I think clarification or being really specific would help. And if we can continue it, I will open it up to the public if there's anybody to comment, but if we can continue it, maybe to work on that number 3, because it seems like everybody's stuck on that number 3 with that 4 within the 3. And maybe we can have some ideas or more discussion about that, so it will be more palatable to everyone on the board. So I still have to open up to the public. Stephen, I see your hand raised, but I'm going to see first with Meg if there's anybody that's been waiting to comment. So I'll open it up to the public.
Yep, so we've had Linda Williams with her hand raised, and then Emily has her hand raised again. So I'll bring Linda over first.
Great, thank you. Linda?
Okay, it may be beneficial for Leslie to explain exactly what the regularity factor is, because everybody's going off on tangents here. It has nothing to do with lot size. So if somebody's in the 80,000 square foot zone, they cannot subdivide a 79,000 square feet no matter what you're doing, unless you get a variance from the ZBA. It has to do, and they still have to have frontage. They have to have lot size. They have to have all this other stuff. It has to do, one example is, it has to do with maintaining 50 feet width all the way back a certain amount of feet. I know I next April, I would have been involved with the zoning bylaw for 40 straight years, 1983. When this regularity factor thing came in probably the 1979 rewrite of the bylaw, because that's when it went from like 5 pages to 100. they put this in there. This was somewhat of a response to an old case. I don't know if it's DeStefano or one of the other cases where somebody was checkerboarding. They were checkerboarding for ownership issues. They were pork chopping. They were doing this, they were doing that, and all this other stuff. It was put in there, and it has been the bane of every surveyor's and attorney's existence since then. At the ZBA, we only saw it, I can imagine in all the 27 years I was with them, maybe 10. One comes to mind out on Pulpus Road. It couldn't meet the 50 feet, whatever it was, and it was an odd shape because of wetlands, because it was being subdivided from a large lot, though it was physically the right size. It had an upland issue, it had an access issue because of that 50 foot, because of wetlands, and because of the way the lots were shaped. So it's irregular shapes versus access from the road and how far you can get 50 feet back. Leslie will have to explain it to you because I've always despised this part of the bylaw. But this is one of the sections of the bylaw that doesn't have any relief. And that's correct. It could be 5 feet off from the 50. It could be 10 feet. It could be because of, wetlands or shape of the lot or falling over a cliff. It could be any number of those things that affect a lot. You're not going to see a flood of these things, but putting it at the ZBA, who is not equipped to deal with subdivisions whatsoever after all the years I've been dealing with it. The planning board is the place to deal with subdivisions and their requirements and their standards and things like that. And Campbell brought up a thing about access. You could require that they share an access like we do with rear lot subdivisions without any other relief. Giving it the special permit relief, with you being a special permit authority, gives you the ability, like I believe Dave said and Steve said, to give you the flexibility to deal with these unique situations. This is not going to create 5,000 subdivisions coming in here because they still have to meet a standard and they still have to be in neighborhood context. So I don't want anybody a lot size issue. It's not. There's a lot of aspects to this that nobody understands. It's very hard to meet in some very, very specific, unique situations. So it's not going to create a floodgate, as I said, that Emily's afraid of, or any kind of precedence, because it still has to meet your standards, and maybe fleshing out the standards more is a good idea. But this has been a hated part of this bylaw for a long time, and not a whole lot of lots are going to have to come in because of it. But it does allow reasonable subdivision, I hate that word reasonable, as you know, where you have 2 oversized lots, but because of some bizarro other impact on them, strange shapes, they cannot meet the regularity factor. So I think it's much better off with the planning board, who's well versed on how to do subdivision and with certain standards and by special permit, instead of having to get a variance from a board that doesn't understand what they're looking at and doesn't understand the regularity factor, since 90% of us don't understand it because it's a pain in the butt. So I'd like if Leslie can do it in a nutshell and explain what the regularity factor is. I think we're getting off track with a lot of extraneous stuff that has nothing to do with what exactly it is. But I think it's a good warrant article change, and it does allow it to come to you, which is where it should have been all along, and not over at the ZBA.
Thank you, Linda. And just looking at, and maybe this is why I'm confused also, because under number 3, there's a regularity formula, and third line down, A equals land area in square feet. So maybe I'm looking at something, but to me, this part of the equation definitely is represented by the square feet, which is land mass, which is lot size. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need a clarification from Leslie. But obviously a lot of people have some questions about this particular, and I have not gotten clear definition yet, but go ahead, Leslie, maybe you can comment on that.
I think Linda went into a lot of detail on the regularity factor. And I think really, to put it in a nutshell, is it deals with the shape of the lot, and all of these things in the formula, are factored in to see if the shape of the lot comes out to this 0.55, which is supposed to be, the regular shape. And in some cases, the math just simply doesn't work, which is why we're suggesting this. But, I do think there's a lot of discussion about this. I think we have other things to talk about tonight. And I would suggest that we continue it and you all, get your thoughts together and get them to us and we'll see if we can make something work or not.
Okay, I see a couple hands raised from the board, Dave and Stephen, but if you really want to comment, I'll let you speak. If this could be postponed for the next meeting with a continuance, then I would suggest that you consider that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a question.
Yes, Fritz.
So the way this article stands, this is all or nothing, right?
I believe we have the flexibility
Are
with the
we voting on
highlighted.
each one of these amendments individually?
I believe we have some flexibility with highlighted language.
No.
Yeah.
What I meant was you
Oh,
have
sorry.
in one article, several separate amendments of several different sections.
Correct.
When we come to vote and give a favorable or a no action, it's with respect to the entire basket that's in that article. Is that correct? No.
I believe we can amend. So it is the entire 3 pages that we're looking at, but the highlighted sections, we have the ability to amend or change or remove, as you were first suggesting in 4, like number 3.
No, I understand that. That's maybe I'm being obtuse about the way I'm trying to say this. I'm just saying when so I'll just put it, give me an example. Say I'm opposed to item 3, but I'm in favor of everything else. So now it comes time, this comes forward, and it comes time for us to give our recommendation on our whatever article number this is, 53. I have to decide whether I want to vote no, which would be no action, which would be no action. But if I do that, it's with respect to everything that's in this article. Is that correct?
Leslie?
Mr. Chairman, you all could make a motion to recommend the article and to strike item number 3.
Gotcha.
And your motion would show all of item 3 and strike out.
Okay, but short of that, yes, okay.
Okay, since Stephen, your hand is up and you're the only one with the hand raised, I'll let identify.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. No, this has been discussed enough. I'll save my bumper sticker for the next discussion. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't realize it was still on.
I'll just check one more time with Meg if there's anybody from the general public. I think Emily had her hand raised, so if she's still there, I'd like to recognize her.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Understanding that you're planning to continue this and there'll be another opportunity, I can certainly hold any follow-up comments until then if that's preferred.
Great. Thank you very much, Emily. Appreciative. Okay, board. I think I have a good idea of what we're going to do. Barry, your hand's raised.
Yeah, I'm going to take, we're going to get there. Just Leslie, when would be the next time we could visit this through you?
Your next meeting is on February 7th.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion at this point that we continue this process to our February 7th meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Barry and seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Dave.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I vote aye, but we just voted on that whole package being continued, correct?
Yeah.
We did. Yes. Article 53. That is
All right,
correct.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the chair votes aye, unanimous. We'll continue until our next February 7th meeting, I believe. Okay, on to 56. This is Linda Williams, swimming pool residential elimination in the R1, SR1 minimum lot size. Leslie, would you like me to start with yourself or Linda, the sponsor?
Well, you go to the proponent of the article first.
Very good. Linda, if you're there, I'd recognize you. Just talk about the article?
Mandatory. I felt it was unfair for like 150 people to vote on this last year. It had been defeated before that by more people who were at the meeting. It had been a long, cold day and a lot of people left before this came up. And again, the planning board generally has done, it's not neighbors like the spa. The planning board has sent out zoning changes that affect large groups. And this is obviously those 4 groups. I believe there's 4 zoning districts. Not the ROH, not going anywhere near it. I don't think pools should be in the ROH myself. But these are areas like Brant Point, Cliff Road, Westchester, going out towards Crooked Lane. These are all areas that are affected by, again, 80% of these people are off taxpayers. When they buy their property, they had the expectation they could have a pool of whatever size the HDC and whatever conditions the HDC puts on them. All of a sudden, we do something at town meeting proposed by someone who doesn't live in any of these districts without ever asking them. And all the years I was on the planning board and involved with zoning, we always sent out the planning board sent out a survey notifying all of these people who can be represented by attorneys or their own representatives here at town meeting to ask their opinion and let them know this was happening. They didn't know. Nobody asked them. And it's wholly unfair. And it was totally against what the planning board has traditionally done to notify people of this type of wide-reaching zoning change. So I'm back in here to get rid of it. I understand there's probably not a snowball's chance in hell that I'm going to get 3 votes to support going back to the way the bylaw existed. And then if they want to bring it back again, by all means, have the planning board do a zoning-wide survey of those 4 districts. And if that's what the majority of those districts want, and the responses are in favor of banning them, then obviously there's some impetus to do that. But in the meantime, I'd like to rescind it and do this process correctly. So that's what this one is.
Thank you, Linda. Linda, if I may ask, obviously, there was a lot of discussion about this last year. There was a compromise, and the compromise was to go to the 7,500 square feet for a lot of different reasons that I don't want to rehash all last year's meetings about. But so now that we've been in place for the last year, has there been a survey done with this particular zoning being as it is now, where now there's a majority of people that say, yeah, we don't like this now, we want to change it? Or have not even let this take place and set in? Has it affected anybody? Has it, I have a lot of questions now that we have this implemented. Has there been an outcry of, we want this erased? Or is it just one family that was affected that they have a hard time of dealing with and they want this erased? I mean, are we representing the true zoning area now because it's changed? I'm just curious as to why you're taking on this personally to remove it if we haven't had the complaints and the people up in arms about this change already.
There are a lot of people that went crazed. And when it came up the first time 2 years ago, as Leslie, those of us in the office know, it was nutso right up till 4 o'clock the day before it appeared in the damn paper. So a lot of people who didn't want pools came in and got pools. And the same thing happened this year. And then I had a lot of, because there was a sunset date of September, whatever it was in September 30th, I think. There was a lot of people came in because they didn't want pools, but they came in to get pools. And then I had some people who missed the deadline, couldn't get a pool. So yes. And then
Do we know how many pools have been added or not added because of this change?
I don't know right now because I don't represent a lot of people. I don't like pools, not my thing, but I will go for a pool if somebody wants a pool. But no, because a lot of people don't know, still don't know, because they're not at that point where they either sell the house or rent the house, or a realtor hasn't gotten involved. You know, there's a lot of aspects to this, but these are
Sure.
people that don't live here. They're not aware of it necessarily because they don't have representation here. Their families, like my family. So there's all kinds of reasons, but it really doesn't matter because the planning board's tradition and habit and practice has been to notify everybody in those zones, most of them off island, that this is happening. And the planning board did not do that. And that was inherently unfair. So that's why I'm here for this now.
Yeah,
That's my biggest reason for it.
I see what you're talking about as far as a survey, because there was a lot of talk about sending out surveys and looking at what people wanted. But as far as the neighbors being notified, there was a significant amount of time for notification with the articles coming up as indicated of what we do right now. We're having meetings in November and December and January, and that wasn't just brought up in one meeting and all of a sudden determined and thrown out at 7,500 and then voted on. There were four months of meetings. And, I know the way things work, one neighbor gets a hold of something and they tell another neighbor, and before long, that's Nantucket telephone. They find out faster, than 24 hours is up. So as far as people being notified officially, maybe there wasn't a survey that went out to every single neighbor, but people were informed, they were notified. There was 4 months of meetings and discussions. So they weren't just thrown at the last minute at an annual town meeting and forced down their throat. So
How would they get notified, John? Not everybody gets the
notified.
Paper. Not everybody gets the paper. That's why the planning board has been very diligent all these years about sending out the notification like they always have to these large areas, not like next door neighbor thing, that this is happening. That was not done. I had a lot of clients who didn't know. I talked to all the landscapers and stuff. Their clients didn't know. They couldn't get to all of them. There is a problem. And it was a bad form on the planning board side. I don't agree with this kind of stuff anyway in those zones. There's no reason why somebody in Lincoln Circle cannot have a freaking pool. There's no reason why somebody down in, other than Concom issues, let's face it, down on Brant Point, that they can't have a pool in those big lots. There's no reason why Cliff Road can't have a pool. I know for a fact that my grandparents' property has like 1 or 2 pools in there because they came in just before that. So there's a lot of people who got their pools that weren't going to build pools that got their pools because they saw this coming 2 years ago and they did it again this year because we were doing pools all the time, trying to get the building permits before September 30th. So this was not right. It wasn't fair. And if they want to do it the correct way, rescind it and then send out the notice and let's see how many people respond. That's my point. Because as a former planning board member, I found this abhorrent, the way this happened last year and 2 years ago when it was voted down, by the way. I also have an inherent problem with the fact that 150 people vote on something that impacts people that were not at town meeting when they didn't necessarily know it was coming up again because they knew it had been defeated the year before. And all of a sudden it's up again. They don't necessarily pay attention to the warrant because they don't see the warrant because they're not here. The attorneys did get to a lot of them. And those people came in and got a perimeter plan, like a lot of my people got perimeter plans to protect them from this for 3 years. So there's any number of ways of coming in to do that. Now, the people out in, as Leslie and Megan can probably attest, there's a whole bunch of people that came in from Comic Pond area because that's changing over to VR as of, I think, March something. Those all came in for perimeter plans so they could have their pools because they had intended to have a pool. And now they're doing perimeter plans so they can protect themselves for 3 years. So a lot of my guys did that last year. So there's any number of ways of dealing with it, but not everybody knew. So that's my problem was the process, as well as inherently unfair to those people that live in those, like my family used to, live in those zones. But the 7,500 is the next one. So I'll save my comments about that. It's next, not this particular article.
Thank you.
So I know I'm not going to get support here, because you have a member of your board is the person who put it forward. I'm well aware of that, so we'll just deal with it at town meeting. But if you
Well-
wanted to take no action, that would just sort of lay it out there for whatever to happen to it.
Thank you, Linda. Board members, I'll open it up. And I see
I'll go.
Cam's. Oh, Stephen, you're up. I see
Yes.
you're up.
I
Go
know I'm
ahead.
merely an alternate, but I'd like to move the question.
What's the point?
I'll recognize Cam.
We're already at town meeting.
Cam,
No offense, Linda, but
Cam, you're on mute if you're speaking. Your hand's up or still up?
Sorry. Yes,
There you
I was just talking blankly to air apparently. So anyway, I just am a little confused. So I heard a number of issues coming up, but I'm feeling like you're through you, Chair. This is a question for Linda. Are you representing the non-voting property owners in these areas that you keep speaking of as your clients? So is that part of this? I'm just trying to nail down what, other than the motivation behind you don't like the way it was done, as the planning board was looking out for, sort of a larger issue and not specific properties.
So I think, Cam, what you're asking Linda, and she can respond if she'd like, is she bringing this article before us as a, just on her own, or is she representing the non-voting property owners?
Correct, just because the
No,
word
I'm
my
not.
clients came up so much, I was confused by
Okay, I think
that. Thank
that's
you.
the question. Linda, if you care to respond.
Yep, not representing a specific client here. I grew up on Cliff Road and Lincoln Circle. And I have a lot of friends in those areas, obviously, since I grew up with a lot of those guys, summer people. My uncle is a non-voting taxpayer. So I'm not representing anybody in particular, but I found it abhorrent last year, as I did the year before that, the way it was handled. And I sort of still have a foot in both worlds, the non-voting taxpayers and the voting taxpayers. So, and that's my issue. I'm not representing anybody specifically, but I have had clients that have been impacted by it negatively. And I have gotten other clients out of trouble because of the perimeter plans or getting the building permit before the dates transpired. So, I've been all over this issue for a couple of years now, and I'm not a pool person, let me tell you, not my thing.
All right, thank you. Stephen, your hand was raised or been raised.
I apologize again, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Okay, no worries. Barry?
Go to Dave for a second. I'm still
All right,
just trying
Dave.
to form, please.
Yeah, listen, all due respect to Linda, but in my humble opinion, property owners had every opportunity. I mean, the warrant came out, town meeting was late. And if you own property here, these are things that you should be interested in. And there was plenty of time for them to figure it out if they were truly interested in protecting their property rights. We discussed this article very many times. It got full board support. I think out of the whole board, one member had reservations about it. Everyone else did not. So I just don't see why at this point we would go back on what we did. I don't think it's a good optic for the board. We've made our decision, and unless there's something completely insane, I don't think we should change our mind. So with that, I would even move to close the public comment.
Thank you, Dave. Barry?
Thank you. I don't know about you guys, but I'm literally drowning here at the moment in the pool scenario. And I'm sorry, pun intended. But I guess I'm just really shocked by how much pools, hot tubs are garnering things here, and it is like the Wild West. And it boils down to I've heard everything tonight, which is just blowing me away. I mean, I'm looking at this letter from the Historical Commission, and I guess I'm really surprised, because there's a lot of vagaries that are sitting in here, and they're arguable points. They may have merit, but on the other side, we have no handle on what some of this stuff means. Some of it may be valid, some of it we know no extent of, and I'm sorry, one or two things reek. They just smack of NIMBYism. You know, we heard that the HDC is having tremendous problems with trying to deal with this, but I don't know what resolutions they've proposed to that. So I'm feeling right now that because this is garnering so much, it just seems to be going round robin all the time, is let's just hold our powder for a bit. Let's keep things where they are. But maybe over the next year, let's just get these groups of people together. Conservation Commission, Historical Commission, Historical District Commission, Planning Board, whoever else we can think of. Let's get out on the table where all of our problem areas lie and see if there's some levels of solution to this thing. I'm uncomfortable because there's a certain extent in here where I feel like it's a little too under the table. There's some validity to things, and it's good. We can deal with that. But like I said, there's pieces of that are just reeking of NIMBYism, and I think we need, as elected and appointed officials on these boards, we need to rise beyond that. Begin to understand what the real scope of the issues and problems are, and try to at least arrive at some reasonable solution. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks for listening.
Okay, I don't think we've opened up the general public
just real
yet.
quick, Mr.
We
Chairman.
have Linda speak on it as a proponent, so I'm going to open it up to the public. If there's anybody to comment, Meg, let me know if there's somebody with a hand raised.
Anyone know?
Okay.
Just let me make one quick comment, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Just let me.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Comment, and then I'll recognize you. You know.
Oh, sorry.
With the ROH, with R1, with R5, a lot of people are looking at the word pools, swimming pools, and the definition has been the biggest concern. Does it represent square footage? Does it represent gallons? What's the depth? And HCC has been put in a position where they have to kind of, indirectly enforce a pool, because looking at the size of it, the setbacks, where it is, who can see it, hedges, and pool landscaping, how it surrounds the pool, that's kind of the governing body. It's we have certain areas, VR, 20-foot setbacks. It's very, very complicated, but people don't realize that because you're in the area of R1, it doesn't, a pool, somebody's looking for a water feature, it doesn't necessarily eliminate having a plunge pool, which I know I developed a piece of property in the R5, 5,000 square feet, 5,005 square feet. The house was there. When you look at the setbacks and then you factor in the driveway for at least the 2 cars, they had the option for a patio or a plunge pool, but not really a pool in the conventional sense. So you're not actually taking the right away from somebody to have a water feature or a spa or a plunge pool. You may be taking away the conventional definition of a swimming pool, because people look at it as if it was a 30-foot by 40-foot monster of a pool in the ground, and that's not necessarily the case. So I think I stated last year for the record, I like a pool. I want a pool and I'm getting a pool. So I had a hard time restricting somebody in any kind of area to tell them they can't have it, but I can. But there are, there are limitations, and, from historical districts, I see the factors that can come up. But there was a compromise. It was voted on. If there was 150 people there, or there were 600 people there in the beginning, the article didn't change, whether it was at the end of the meeting or the beginning. The 600 people that were there in the beginning still read through that article, and they could have stayed there and voted on it. So unfortunately, that's an issue I have. People, they come out for special interests and then they leave. So hopefully that's another discussion, and we rectify that. But this isn't the last of it. It won't be the last of it, and I'm sure it will be discussed at town meeting a hell of a lot more and longer than we were talking about it now. But compromises were made, and that's where we have it. We're at 7,500 square feet, large parcels. You have the ability to either, and I used the example, and Nat used this example. If you had 15,000 square feet, you can get 2 lots with 2 pools, or you can get, if you choose that, it would be more advantageous to subdivide it into 3 lots and reap the benefits of that with no pools. You at least you have a choice. So it wasn't eliminated entirely. It was just modified. And that's my soapbox.
That reminds you, John, the year before that, it was soundly defeated. So that's why it sort of relied on the fact that,
well, a lot of things changed, Linda. In 2010, there was 2010 or 2011, pools were eliminated in the ROH. Things changed. Populations changed. The variables change, and that's when things change. So 3 years ago, if it was knocked down, doesn't mean that this year it won't come up again in some other fashion. So
I'm saying
I don't buy that it was soundly defeated. And well, if it was soundly defeated, it would have been more soundly defeated last year. And apparently the compromise that was made was voted on. So
I think
we'll be there again this year.
Leslie can tell you that I believe they sent out the survey to the ROH and SOH when they eliminated him from those zones. There was an awful lot of discussion with people in those zones.
Well,
so
then
we did not do that.
Then Linda, you will have your chance at your annual town meeting, and we haven't even voted on whether we'd give it a positive, negative, or take no action. But either way, I'm sure it will come up. You'll have your chance, and the town will vote on the article as presented. So with that, Meg, I think we were looking at any other public, if there was anybody there to speak from the public. And if not, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
Mr. Chair.
Stephen,
I think Nat had a comment before you commented, but my comment is I don't want Barry's comment to get lost in the ripples and the waves. Pending the outcome of town meeting, which may put a damper on a lot of the momentum and agita, I think there's a lot of validity in trying to come up with a longer term solution that involves, some talk versus crosstalk, actual dialogue of the parties who, have, horse in the race from all the different perspectives. So I didn't want that to be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Nat, go ahead.
100%. I'm gonna end this real quick. This is the new fertilizer committee. Okay, we're gonna have to do something after this has been painful about this, especially the first 2 articles, and then this issue. I mean, John, it's like everybody's right and everybody's wrong at the same time. You have to we have to find a way to discuss this without it being like this. We have to have a committee. We have to have some kind of, discussion about setbacks and sizes and, locations. There's a lot of stuff here. Okay. Pools are not going away. There's over 1,000 swimming pools on Nantucket. People don't go to the beach and have gigantic bashes anymore. they do it in their backyard, or they just enjoy their property, or whatever. It's just the way things are. We used to complain about beach drive, and now nobody complains about it. So we got to figure this out. So I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Dave to close the public hearing. Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, now on to the merits.
In this, I'll make a motion in the spirit of the previous articles to take no action on this article. What is it, 56? Are we
Yes.
on? Yes,
56.
yeah. Take no action.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made, take no action by Nat, seconded by Fritz. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and the chair will vote aye. Thank you. Now to the next,
Aye.
Linda. This is Article 57. I believe you're still up. This is for swimming pools and residential R1, SR1 with a reduction from the 7,500 square foot that we have presently to 6,000 square feet. And I'll recognize you as the proponent.
Okay, same problem with the way it was done. I don't believe there was any rationale to the 7,500, except that the original proponent had suggested a lot more, which is ridiculous in those 5,000 square foot zones. And Nat, I believe, came up with a 7,500 just as a compromise, and I'm asking to drop it to 6,000, still oversized. Pretty
Thank
much
you.
it.
Board members, comment, questions? Okay, Meg, I'll open it up to the public. Let me know if there's a hand raised.
I'm seeing none from the public.
I see Dave Iverson, so I'll go back to the board. Dave?
Got his public hat on.
Again, I'm not going to repeat myself, but well, maybe I will. We reviewed this last year. We supported the article. I'm not opposed to 6,000 because I think that it addresses our fear in the beginning, which was these 10,000 square foot lots getting divided in half and having 2 houses and 2 pools on them. So yes, we did have a rationale. But again, I think just on the basis of us changing our mind from year to year, I can't support it. But I do understand what you're doing here.
Yeah, it keeps it from the subdivision, which was the point.
Stephen Welch?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm going to refer you all back to the tape, but I think Barry's comments hit the nail on the head, and pending the result of town meeting, this is one of the aspects of information that needs to be taken off. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry?
And thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. And you're right, because all this is going to be is the football is going to keep going back and forth every time. And tonight I grew very concerned all of a sudden when one comment came out, children's voices, children screaming, is a reason not to have pools. And I'm like, I have no idea. I get it. It's one person's opinion only. But it causes me to stop and reflect. What are the motivations? What are we really doing here? And I think failure to get together and work this thing out is just this will just be more football time at this point. Let's see who can gain the most yardage today with the most clever verbiage that we can come up with. Let's talk about the validity of it instead. So that's a missive I hope this board takes on once we clear past town meeting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Meg, anybody from the
100%.
public?
No, seeing none.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made to close by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Yeah. Make a motion to take no action on Article 57.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat, and I believe seconded by Fritz. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that was take no action. Okay, moving on. Linda, you got 59, I believe it is, storage containers. As a proponent, please, chair recognizes.
And I was asked to do this one from some guys that are affected by this. The area, we're not really worried about Mid-Island. When they took the RC2 out from around the airport, Arrowhead Drive, Hannibal, I think is the name of the other one out there. And they put CMI in there, and it's clearly not commercial Mid-Island, but it seemed it was the best zone to take out RC2. There really weren't a lot of other options for that exact area. It took the ability to have storage containers, which are under special permit from you guys, so they can be restricted and all kinds of stuff from you guys. What didn't make any sense is that CI, CTEC, and CN, the latter two have a lot of residential components. They're allowed by special permit. So pretty much the only major commercial area is the CMI that was left out. So I fully expect if somebody comes in with a storage container from Sparks Avenue or Pleasant Street in the CMI, that you guys would say, no, not appropriate. But on Hannibal, Arrowhead, it would be appropriate. I think Megan was going to do a map, or somebody's going to put up a map. But we're pretty much concerned about the areas that can have containers. And I know a couple of businesses that really need them out there. And they can't do them because there's no ability in the chart on 7A in the chart to have them. And it was the only commercial zone left out. Commercial Mid-Island, as you know, is very largely commercial, marine lumber, those kinds of places there. So what we'd like to do is allow it by special permit like the other three and CMI, and leave it up to the board's discretion as to where you think they're appropriate and where they're not appropriate. So, I mean, one of my guys just wants one for his business. And it's already next to a bunch of other, in front of and behind him and next to him are all commercial structures. So that's pretty much where I'm at. It's fairly simple. Just add it to the chart and you guys continue to do what you do with the special permits for these things, with all the conditions you want to put on them. But it wouldn't have been an issue had it not gone to CMI.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, CTEC and CN are right next to it. So it's sort of the stepchild of that one little node out there and wherever else you think that they're appropriate.
Meg, do we have a chart that we can see? A map at all on this?
So there's not a map that Nathan made, so not a formal map, but I can share with you the GIS map online to the area that Linda is talking about.
Okay, maybe you can use your little hand to kind of point the
Yeah,
area.
so she's referencing these CMI lots here.
Okay.
Up by the airport. So we got
You've got RC2 still out there, I guess. CTEC, RC2,
I'm trying to
CN.
eliminate the RC2.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that the CMI this is primarily the area, but you can see it's a stepchild compared to the ones that are around the Stop and Shop and all the commercial node in Mid-Island. It was put out here because it seemed to fit better than CTEC or CN, but conversely, it created the problem where they couldn't even get a special permit to have a storage container in the back here. And those are the guys that are after it.
Okay, Leslie.
Thank you. I think the staff report from the last meeting where this was discussed touched on this, but it's our position that the CMI is totally different from the CN and the CTEC and the CI that's also in the area around the airport. Those CMI areas are much more consistent with the types of uses that are in the Mid-Island, which is why they went into CMI. They have restaurants and apartments. There are some heavier commercials in there, but for the most part, those are smaller lots. They're 5,000 square feet. They simply don't have the space to have a storage container and effectively screen it from the abutting properties and the public and private streets and ways and residential properties around there as well. So, you can, by accessory, have a commercial shed, and we think that's more appropriate for CMI, not the storage container.
I was just going to ask you that, but thank you for reading my mind, Leslie. You can have that commercial shed. Thank you. Anybody else on the board care to comment before I open it up to the public? Okay, Meg, if there's any hands raised, please let me know.
Seeing none.
Well, no hands raised.
Motion to close the public hearing, sir.
Motion's been made by Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
Fritz. Okay, roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Motion to send a positive recommendation to town meeting.
Second.
A motion's been made for a positive recommendation by Barry, second by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye, sorry.
Fritz,
Just before maybe I misinterpreted, but Leslie, were you speaking for this or against this?
I spoke against it.
Against.
I do not recommend it.
Oh,
No.
Dave,
No.
and the chair votes nay. So it does not pass under a positive.
got it.
Can I ask for take no action on it then, so we can work
Yes,
it
is
out?
there any other motion that the board would like to make?
Make a motion, we take no action.
Is there a
Second.
second? Motion's been made
Second.
by Barry and seconded by Nat to take no action. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. All right, thank
We
you.
possibly will just try to change that one strip there, Arrowhead and Hannibal, which is all industrial, into a CTEC or something.
All right, thank you, Linda. All
Thanks.
right, I think we're going back to Article 51, tertiary lot. Leslie, I'm gonna leave that to you.
Okay, just give me 1 second to
Take your time.
get organized. That was number
51.
51. Okay. Have a lot going on in a very tiny space at the moment.
Can relate.
Okay, so Article 51, this is a zoning bylaw amendment to add a new option to create a covenant lot. And it's called the tertiary lot. So the concept here is, you all are very familiar with the secondary lot where you can divide your one into two. One is subject to the covenant, one stays market rate. This would allow you to divide your one lot into three. One lot would have, one lot would be market rate. The other two lots would be subject to the covenant. And just like with the secondary program, it doesn't have an increase in ground cover or a decrease in setbacks or anything like that. The density of the lot stays exactly the same. So on your original lot, you could have 3 dwellings. With the secondary tertiary, you could also have a total of 3. And the intent here is to, just provide another tool, another option for income restricted covenant lots to be created.
Thank you. Board up for discussion? Any questions, comments? Dave Iverson.
Yep, so this one actually didn't come out of, believe it or not, the Affordable Housing Trust. It came from our good friend Nat. But again, I support this. Just we're not adding ground cover. Everything remains the same, but we're creating affordable housing or more affordable housing. So I urge the board to give us a positive recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, I see Stephen Welch. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think I made my case. All the controls, incentives, controls, restrictions, and conditions that make tertiary a good idea, tertiary dwelling a good idea, faced with the need we have for housing, infrastructure costs, projected infrastructure costs, all the host of those things. But I don't want to focus on those. I said them once. I think for me, the nut of this one is you have a tertiary dwelling on your lot. And I think, first of all, that this should be expanded to any zone where a tertiary dwelling is allowed. It's a tool. Why not use it? If a tertiary dwelling is allowed, really what ends up happening is you drive by in a community, one of the smaller community areas in an R10 district, and there's 3 dwellings under HDC control, bedroom limitations, otherwise not provided for. And, things are landscaped as well as they can be, but you drive by and the only difference between somebody having literally the American dream, which is a home of their own, and being a renter in a tertiary dwelling is this article. The only thing different when you drive by will be nothing visible. It's a line on paper that allows a covenant in perpetuity, a lot in perpetuity under a covenant to be owned by a local family that's income restricted. And there can be a 3rd dwelling there in any event. So I think this is a wonderful idea. Damn it, Nat, I think I can say that on TV. I wish you thought of this a couple of years ago. Because one of the problems with the tertiary dwellings, in addition to the current size limitation that makes it less of an incentive to actually pare down your number of bedrooms on an otherwise uncontrolled bedroom count, is size. And then the other is sellability, the ability to sell it. If you can sell this, you could sell someone a home through the covenant program. And as I said, allow them to, get their piece of Nantucket, the American dream. Yeah. Why wouldn't we? It's one of our tools. I'm open to hearing why it's not a good idea, but I'm having a tough time seeing it. Thank you.
Go
ahead,
Mr.
Nat.
Chair, just real quick. So Steve's been around a while, and he remembers the. In fact, I think this article had to happen twice, or the family covenant article. Leslie, remember that with the so you don't have to meet the 150. So there's so many pieces to this that are good for everything that Steve said. I mean, it's gonna like take its own. That's the word I'm looking for. It's going to take its own sort of road to all sorts of positive things once people figure it out. Like the covenant program itself took some time to get, where people figured out how this all works. The key to this is that there are a lot of properties out there that were built sort of, like we just talked about earlier with the 900 square feet, and we had to waive the ground cover, the square footage at the beginning of the tertiary dwelling bylaw. There's a lot of people out there that could use a couple bucks for a lot, for a new build for somebody else to have a year-round house. But to keep their land now, $250,000, $300,000 for a small covenant lot sounds like nothing, but to people that have been here a long time, that's a lot of money. So there's a lot of tools in a toolbox for all sorts of different ways to these will get created. And it's not adding ground cover. It's not adding more than can be built right now on that lot. Whatever can fit under the zoning, that's not adding anything. And that's the key to this, that when you have people that are skeptical and they think that we're making more houses, we're not making more. We're changing them to where there's another tool to make a year-round guaranteed home for somebody. As you say, American dream, I call it the new Taj Mahal. I mean, I'm looking at them right now across the street, across my property. I mean, there's 2 Nantucket year-round residents and 2 new build covenants. I mean, if you're committed to live here, you're going to pay for one of those, and it's not free, not anymore. So I think that the timing of this is right with the 900 square feet. I didn't want to say that earlier, but that fits this too. But somebody's not going to build a tiny little house that has to get added on to later, which is ridiculous. So Steve, your big speech earlier that was really good. That this is part of that. So it's another tool. So thank you.
If I may comment, I appreciate the actual intent of the article, and I'm okay with the zonings that were identified with R40, Lug 1, Lug 2, and Lug 3. I'm just a little bit hesitant to consider something that Steve was saying, to open it up to all zonings, because as I look through the chart, I see it like an R10, and one particular area comes to mind, even though it has an L designation next to it, is, and we bring this up often, is Pine Valley, where I used to live. It has 20,000 square feet, and they do have, with that, if it wasn't, I'm just giving you an idea of the area. With a 20,000 square foot lot, you have to have a minimum in the R10 of the primary has to be at least 6,000, with the secondary lot for the covenant being 4,000 square feet. So in essence, if you had 14,000 square feet with this, you'd be able to get a primary, a secondary, and a secondary. And you would have to have access, parking, and I'm not quite sure about certain zonings like the VR, R10, R5, where you can get 2,000 square feet for a secondary lot and 3,000 for the primary. So my analysis would be, if you had 7,000 square feet, you can get 2 secondary lots. So I'm not quite sure about other zoning areas, but I think with the size that we're looking at that are being identified with the R40, the Lug 1, the Lug 2, and Lug 3, they're significant in land mass where you'd be able to space these out. And I think it has some good positives to this, as we discussed in different articles, especially with the tertiary size and quality of life. So I am in support of this, and as it's written right now with the zoning areas identified.
Can I ask staff a question, Mr. Chairman, that I actually don't
Sure,
think
go
I
ahead.
ever asked Leslie? So currently, Leslie, you can have a tertiary, a primary, secondary, and tertiary in R20, R10, but not a freestanding, or is it has to be a basement, like, or a garage? I mean, I'm just trying, I forgot to ask you that before when we talked about this.
You can have a primary, secondary, tertiary, all freestanding in those districts.
Okay, but you're suggesting right now that we keep those districts out of having 2 separate covenants in the same lot, even though they can have the building.
For now,
It's hard to fit anyway. There's very few probably that are doing that.
the thought was that for now, and I thought we had talked about this, that, with the larger districts, the 40,000 plus, there's more room to spread out, there's more room for the
Yeah.
parking, there's likely,
Yeah.
less impacts to neighbors. And I think with, a lot of new concepts, it's good to start out slow and see how it goes and see what the demand is, and then expand from there, depending on, how it's going. So I think this is a modest step forward that could create a lot of opportunity, but it also is, somewhat contained in, possible negative effects if there are some.
Okay, I see a couple of hands, so recognize Cam Sutton.
Hi, thanks again for calling on me. I am hearing an echo, but oh well. Anyway, I applaud this. I think this is great, especially in these districts. The R10 and R20 that are being thought of, I think those are already being eyed as affordable housing areas, from my understanding, as I have been following the development of more density in those areas. And so I'm thinking that this helps do the spread of affordable housing into the larger areas and take some of the pressure off, hopefully, from the R5 and R10s. So that's what I would say. I feel like the R5s and R10s are already being scooped up as opportunities present to do the affordable housing, whether it's apartments or single family homes, workforce housing, et cetera. Thank you.
You can. Stephen Welch, your hands up.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't have any issues with slow roll on this. I think it's a great concept. I certainly support it. I do think, though, we should keep in mind, well, one, the comment that, there's development in R10 and R5 for affordable. I think I wouldn't want to confuse individual initiatives with town initiatives or affordable housing initiatives. The affordable housing initiatives tend to be utilizing R10, R20, primarily, I think, because it does conform with the master plan to be infilling in areas where we do have utilities, water, sewer. And I don't think, and the other part of that is twofold. One is that I stand by my point. If you can have a freestanding tertiary dwelling on your lot in an R10, which frankly I can, it happens to be an oversized lot, and there are many others. The only difference between having a tertiary freestanding and having someone be able to have their own piece of the pie on Nantucket is a line on a piece of plan. So I'm not advocating for a change in this particular article. I do think it's worthwhile to consider. The other part of considering that is, one of our underserved populations are Nantucket native elderly. Not everyone has a large family with kids who are in the trades and can develop an existing ranch. Allowing for a third lot in some of these areas where there is a large, perhaps an oversized R10, or even if it's not oversized, if they meet their criteria for a tertiary freestanding. Where I'm going with this is there are quite a few of our elderly residents on Nantucket who would prefer to live in a small structure. This allows them to actually qualify for under the Housing Covenant Needs program. It will not upset the apple cart with respect to Medicare and Medicaid qualifications. It provides them with an opportunity to create some income to build a new structure by selling off, perhaps working with an ethical development corporation, which maybe will be my third career in my lifetime. Ethical development corporation, I like that. Working with someone like that who can put together a package. So all of a sudden you have a Nantucket, any elderly person has their structure, and they've opened up the larger ranch style home for a young, a family of more than a starter family. And you've got the second dwelling on the lot subject to tertiary dwelling requirements or waived under a special permit by the planning board for the starter family. So all of a sudden you've created 3 separate ownerships serving 3 different segments of our population, each of which is vastly underserved. So I just wanted to mention, like with many things I say, they don't always come out the way I'd hope they do, but there's a lot of thought behind them. And this is one of those things where I don't think we should be advocating for shoehorning in houses in the R10. But on the other hand, we should be advocating and using tools to solve problems. And I agree, once again, the idea of rolling this out in an area where it may be more palatable, but perhaps further developing these concepts. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we open it up, anyone else on the board care to comment? Okay. Anybody from the public? Meg?
Yes, Emily Molden has her hand raised, followed by Linda Williams.
Okay, I'll take Emily. Emily, thank you being patient and staying with us.
Thanks,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Absolutely. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land Council. I really just have a technical question, and I could certainly be wrong about this, but when I was reading through it, I was trying to understand, just as far as the referencing aspect goes, under the tertiary lot definition, why it is referencing 139.8C instead of 8D, because I think this is meant to be 8D. And then the question kind of extends down to numbers 4 and 6 at the bottom, which also both reference 139.8C. And I'm just wondering if that's intended to be 8D. Otherwise, I'm a little bit confused about the reference. So I just wanted to ask that. Thank you.
Leslie, you want to see if you can answer that?
It's entirely possible that there is a typo, but just one second, because there's some renumbering involved with this. So if you could just give me just a few seconds. And I just printed out a brand new bylaw today, and it's in a completely different format than the one I had before. So a little slower going through it.
So 8C is the existing bylaw is to create the secondary residential lots. 8D is workforce housing.
Okay, so I think it's a typo. I think it should be 8D as the reference. Because in item number 2, it's basically creating a new subsection D and then relettering everything after that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That
Thank you,
clarifies.
Emily.
Thank you, Megan.
And we'll definitely, if that's the case, make those amendments, before, but we'll use that for staff.
I will mark that down.
Linda, if you're there, I'll recognize you, Linda Williams.
I'm here again. I feel like I'm at an HDC meeting. It goes on and on and on. As a longtime member of the Housing Authority and one of the people who started the Housing Trust, as well as created that Housing Nantucket, I find this a really interesting idea, but I want you all to face the realities of this, because those of us who are on the Housing Authority have to sign every single covenant. So I've seen the lots that have come in for covenants. And I don't remember maybe one or two over the last 10, 15 years that has come in from anything larger than the R20s and R10s. You rarely see them coming in from the LUGs and the new R40, because a lot of the larger lots are on septic. So if you're dealing with a 40,000 square foot LUG 1 lot, you're not going to be able to split off these lots because you don't have enough septic bandwidth. Because you're only allowed 1 bedroom per 400 for 10,000 square feet. So I don't foresee an awful lot of these flooding in here from the AUG 2s and 3s either, because those are Pulpus, Pocomo, headed out to Nantucket, you know, the larger lot areas where they are generally not year-round families with tertiary dwellings, primaries and secondaries and a barn and all kinds of stuff. Because I'm going to have to continue to sign these that are split off into tertiaries. So I just want you to realize that I love this program. I think it's fantastic, but there are some actual logistical realities where the smaller lot sizes are on, as Matt said, or somebody said, they're on water and sewer and bike paths and RTAs and everything else. Most of these larger lots are on septic, not on bike paths, not anywhere near any type of water and setbacks and stuff. And then my question was, though, Leslie, through you, Mr. Chair, if they split off a tertiary into the covenant program, can they then split off the secondary dwelling into a covenant, thus creating 2 affordable units? Or are they stuck with a secondary dwelling, period, because they've already split off the tertiary? And let's just say, for the sake of jollies, that they have water and sewer and they have enough bandwidth to do this. Can they then still split off another covenant for the secondary dwelling?
So, Mr. Chair, for you, the whole concept here is to create, out of your 1 conforming lot, 3 lots, a market rate lot, and 2 covenant lots.
So a secondary and the tertiary then?
Correct.
Because the warrant article doesn't really address the secondary as something on its own.
And if I may, that's because the secondary lot has its own section in the bylaw. This is a new section.
Okay, so they can still, because this sort of dovetails back to what Steve Cohen was doing out in, not necessarily that it was limited to 900 square feet, but this is something that they were trying to come up with out in Tom Nevers, I believe, for Gillies.
I didn't know about that. This is something totally independent.
I know it is. It also creates 2 covenants out of 1 lot, which is sort of the direction they were trying to go in their own way. So I think this is a great idea. Just there's some realities to these larger lots.
Thank you, Linda. Barry?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go. Another tool to go in the affordable housing toolbox, and I love it. For a variety of reasons, you know, we've talked. A lot of the pressure has always been in the town district, you know, where density is a lot higher, and trying to compress as much affordable housing as we can into those areas. And now all of a sudden, we're going to have a tool that's going to take it to a whole different level, and maybe hopefully take some of the pressure off, you know, the more dense areas of the island. So in that sense, this seems great. One of the things I find remarkable is, you know, when we first started this whole thing about tiny houses, here we are today, and look where it's developed into. Look what tools have been brought with that process. And I don't think anyone could argue that that was a rush job. This has been a very slow but meticulous development of it that I think brings a lot of positive things toward what we're trying to accomplish with affordable housing. I agree with Linda. You don't know until you get there, and I'm not sure everyone's going to be keen on it, but let's start the process and see where it goes to. The other thing I like too about this is that, you know, under the covenant, at times you were just stuck with the house. Now all of a sudden there's an intrinsic value that will come with it by being able to have land underneath it as well too. And I think when people think about trying to purchase into that process, you know, they also enjoy the fact that that backyard will be theirs, that front yard will be theirs to be able to do something with finally, as opposed to be at the whim of a landlord. Mind you, you still have to be a good neighbor, but I don't think you can underestimate that value in terms of home ownership. You know, and just because it's affordable housing, why should you be penalized against that? You know, but it was a tool to get there. I love it. And Steve, if you're going to do ethical development corporations, you give me a call at some point. I like the concept. That's great. But thank you for listening. I appreciate it, and I think it's a good thing.
Thank you, Barry. Anyone from the general public?
I'm not seeing anyone else with their hand raised.
Okay, Nat, did you have a comment?
Just real quick, I just want to say that, you know, if we had, and this is back to that baby step thing or whatever Steve said, you know, when we started, the tertiary was 550 and it went to 650. It takes time. There are still people out. We had the condo. We still got those daffodil houses. We've got a lot of sort of fixing out there that's not done. The other thing that I want to bring up too, and staff will figure out what to do with the R20 and the R10 oversized lot. I think that's actually a really good point, Steve, you made about that. Oversized lots with high ground cover allowances are, it's almost like the pool article. If you have someone had an acre of land in R20, why would we want to tell them they can't do this? That's crazy. Then it's keeping them from subdividing. You know, there's stuff out there that just hasn't been uncorked yet. But the key to this too, and you know, this is my little laugh I have with Dave and other people I talk to. I just want the public to know what a covenant is. I just want every person that lives on this island that pays taxes and attends these meetings knows that a covenant is not a subdivision. Please, if we can get that to happen after all this time, that we're not making new allowed use, you know, allowed building. We're not subdividing land that's not subdividable now. That's not what we're doing. This is just simply making someone have a little piece of Nantucket, and it's really not affordable. I mean, these houses are not cheap to build. And so the other thing that I bring up a lot, and this is what is going to help this, is there's a lot of houses out there that are not going to be there forever, that we're going to be making new land out of older houses that are not built well, energy efficiency, they don't have basements. This allows for a better plan for people that are doing that. I was also going to say, Leslie, something else for you to think about is places where people can combine lots together. Like we did when we rezoned Pine Tree and Marianne and went through that big thing in the back of 2FG that night. I'll never forget that. Freezing to death back there, as I recall as well, that crazy heater. So when someone has enough land for this and there's a way, an option, I mean, there's some stuff that you're going to be able to figure out for next year or maybe the year after that is going to be able to materialize. But this is something we need to get in now before, you know, just get it going so that this gets started and then we can modify it. The other thing too, Steve, is getting it to pass. Like there's a lot of anxiety with that, you know, making sure that we don't have like pushback for something that we don't realize is coming. We want this to be easily understood with a program that we already have adding to it. And I think it will. I thought about all that stuff too, that you're saying. We have to make it, it has to pass. So it's 2/3. So anyway, thank you, everyone.
Okay, Meg, anybody else in the public? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So
Move.
Wow, we got too many people on that one. Who
No,
went
no
first?
second to make dinner.
I heard Dave in there, so I'm gonna give Dave the motion, and who had seconded it?
I did,
no.
So Fritz did, okay.
or whatever, Matt,
Whatever.
Whatever.
We're all getting tired.
whatever.
With the Fritz.
Motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Fritz, close the public hearing. Dave. Roll call.
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
All right.
Barry,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
Motion to send it with a positive recommendation, town meeting.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry to give it a positive recommendation with Dave second. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
Nat,
All right.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. I guess on to other business. This might not be the forum, but I want to say it anyway. I just wanted to acknowledge the town lost the incredible community member, John O'Connor, passing about a week ago. And many of you from years, 25, 30 years ago, remember him from the Atlantic Cafe. He owned and operated the cafe with his wife, Kate. And I just would like everybody to keep John and his family in their thoughts tonight. And thank you. Other business, we have a special planning board meeting for warrant articles on February 7th, 2022 at 4 p.m. via Zoom, and also a regular planning board meeting February 14th, 2022 at 4 o'clock via Zoom. And if anybody else has anything to add, if not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made to adjourn by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
All right.
Dave,
Aye.
Fritz,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you all. Long meeting. Appreciate everyone's patience. We'll see you again next week. Have a good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night. Thank you.
All right, bye, guys.
You too.
Take
Thanks,
care, you
everyone,
guys.
for hard work.
Thank you, Campbell.
Night.
Where do I go here? There we go.